Yeah, but you know, it's still here, so yeah. You say that and I laugh because me and my brother don't get along. I love him to death, but we are so different that he doesn't understand me and I don't understand him. Right, but we just don't have anything in common. There's this. I would send the cover just because it's so pretty. I would send the cover because it's so pretty. I need to combine it into one document together because I would have had to then just don't worry about it. Yeah, sorry. And I said, so pretty. We filmed into one PDF because I went out to do it. I just haven't put it out. So. Because I'm connected to our university, I have lost it for some reason. Okay. There's some extra things that we're going to do with them. Results. Yeah. Are you really saying? I don't know. It's always nice to have a few people in. I did one with Solo the other day, and there was like three people, and I'm like, so I don't know. It's just a different style of class when you have that few. You gotta mix it up a little bit, so it's a little more intimate. Choose your own adventure. What do you guys want to do? Because we're going to take out a lot of that class and do it in 3 hours. And we'll want to do it. Yeah, they do. And then and at least one person said she was going to wander back in around two. So yeah, see if she does or not. Something. Yeah, you all get so. Short for a living, don't we? Tomorrow, I'm hearing and I haven't even looked at it. I read this and I don't know what it says I wrote it, and I have no idea what's in it. So it's supposed to be like, but I'm speaking like the whole introduction and all the whole like. I can read if nothing else. So. I'm like, it's probably my first choice. And I did the rehearsal on the plane from San Antonio. I'm like, I'm not allowed to get on there. Like, I cannot turn on it. You can't do any communications. Yeah. I'm sure somebody wants to be with me. Well, actually, the second one would have been okay because the lady next to me didn't speak English. So. Even so I should be great. We're going to get started on the time management and not for everybody to stay. forgot to add it on, we printed it, so if anyone wants a pretty front cover for their booklet, you can come grab one. We just forgot to add it on because the stapler, or not, they got stapled when it printed, so. The people can't, it's okay. Appreciate you being here for at least part of it. I'm excited to be. You guys get to be the first class I'm teaching after I sent in my application for faculty. I've got everything done. So not officially faculty yet, but they said the first week of September I should get it. So I'm excited. So it's been a long time coming. So this is time management with the really start thinking about taking this class. So this is the question that was already put in the slides, and I just thought it was kind of funny. We want to just kind of think about like when it comes to time management. And they put it as the movie villain. So would someone like to share who the villain would be if it had to describe their time management skills? Yeah, I'm good at that one too. Yeah. Anybody else got one that they'd like to share?
I don't know what new it will be, but I guess I got underestimate like how long things like will take. So I'm like, oh, 15 minutes. And then it's like getting way longer than that. So that's something it's like I'll underestimate.
Yeah, the amount of time invested. I said mine was the Joker because I always think I got it under control, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's so it's really someone mistakes moving forward. We kind of give you a step-by-step process. But the best thing about this is it's a moving piece, so it's not something you like just set it and you don't look at it again. It's something you evaluate week by week. So it will actually be a tool you can use and not just a one-time thing that you did. And I think that helps to make you remember it. So making the most of your time. I am Jennifer, for those of you who don't have time with the Shoots group. I've been 2 years now. I've been licensed since 2008, and that time as an individual agent, I've sold over 325 houses. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but I remember when I said 2008, what that market was. And I also had a 3-month-old baby at the time. So when I started working towards building my business, that was the biggest struggle for me was time management because I had 2 young kids. I had a 4-year-old and a newborn, and I had a house to take care of and a husband that was shocked when he found out that real estate did not get a real paycheck. So it was the things I had to fight against to get to where I am. So they worked part-time, that type of thing for quite a while until my kids were in school this time. So 325 houses on my end. So I really to keep their schedule under control. So hopefully there'll be some great insights today. So I have to give you all the services. I think you guys have all seen these, but I'll still flip them and make sure that we have seen them all at least a few times. Lots and lots of papers. There we go. So ground rules for this class, and the first ground rule, you guys have done a really good job, but we'll go into that in just a second. Identify what you learn while you're here and what you, or how you will learn, sorry, what and how you will learn. All right, so thank you guys for being here on time. That is actually, I know it was supposed to start at 12 o'clock, but that was not, it was the meeting's fault, so I will try to get it done in 3.5 hours. I've done it in 3, so but that is a 4-hour. So, when we go into groups, we'll just kind of like divide them group discussions. Just move into them quick. Don't overthink it. If you're in a different group before, that's a different conversations, please keep them to a minimum because they're disruptive. And when I have to keep reminding people, I feel rude. So if you have a side conversation and to kind of get a look, just try to end it quickly. Just cell phones and I guess says pagers. I left that on there because I thought it was hilarious. It says pagers on there. I'm like, I actually didn't have a pager when I was a teenager. Make sure you're comfortable. I know it's kind of chilly in here, so I know that's why I usually don't wear a dress. Not this one, so I wanted to wear it today. Respect your time, respect one another. If someone's talking, try not to let them finish their story. help each other out. And the biggest part, respect confidentiality. If someone's sharing something kind of personal because it's come up, don't go around blabbing it to the office. Keep it in this room so it's not something that's shared. And I just want we really have fun. Time management is fun, but I want to have a good time with everybody. So this is what we're going to do today. We're going to start off with perspective, as we commonly do. Then you're talking about taking any color, of course. They want to kind of get their mind in the right and the right frame of mind to start with. We are the page that we all have in your books is at the bottom of each of these. So I know some of you are still clicking, but when you want to catch up, just remember page number is on the bottom. So gaining perspective and taking control actually covers there's only 6 personal perspectives. If anybody has taken that class, we're going to cover 3 of those. We're going to set goals and accountability. Creating your family one, implementing your family one, and then we're kind of put it all together at the end. So, a few different steps that we're going to do. And each part, we are going to try to give you plenty of activities along the way. So, we're going to do the first one, which is it's on page 4. What do you want to get out of this course? Out of the things we just talked about, which one do you think is the most important for you? What are you looking to get out of this course? So I'll give you a couple minutes to write that down. If you're eating and you don't want to write right now, just kind of think about it and you can just verbally keep it in your head. I guess I could be nice and put it back so that the ones we're looking at, so you don't have to put. Those of you don't know what we're saying about 411, what that is your actual plan. So that is, just in case you're not familiar with the terminology. And for some of this, I'm like, what's 411? That's information. When we used to dial 411, yeah. Not everybody got it. I was like, okay. All right, who would like to share what they think are the most important thing that anything happens? Anybody? Yes.
I think the first one that kind of operates with what I when they get with the perspective and being in control, figure out where to allocate time, but.
Yeah, I like that. Would anybody else like to share? You never have to.
It's the 80-20. I think I struggle with. I'm gonna do the 80% that's more comfortable than maybe the 20% that's so spread out.
Yeah.
You know, because the 20% is the harder. Yeah, the 20 is easier to do, but it's easier, you know.
100%, yeah. We're gonna take that a step further. When we talk about the 80-20, we're actually gonna talk about the 50-50 fallacy as well. So that might help put that in a little bit better perspective for you. So, does anybody else want to share? We can move on. I just want to make sure.
I think we be like implementing in that for a long time, but just 5 years. I feel like there's just so many ideas and I'm not implementing or that like, studying how to what's it.
Yeah, that's something that we'll talk about too, is taking it from an idea to an actual actionable plan. Because ideas are not, they're great.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, there's another thing. We'll see what we're talking about from either who, how we're talking about what ideas are versus how you actually live it and be productive. So that's John as well. Great. In action oriented training, so please participate, please observe, please some evaluations. Create an action plan. So one of your sheets on there is your action plan. So you're going to go through your initial grade yourself on what you can and can't do, and your action plan is going to help us pull it all together at the end. So we're going to go through and do that. So it's going to be kind of a multifaceted thing we're going to be going throughout. The newspapers are the ones that are going to kind of do your takeaway plan. So just so it doesn't get lost in the book. So All right, so gaining perspective and taking control, we're gonna focus on what matters, how to identify your big rock, so your 20%. And discover how to move from being entrepreneurial to being purposeful. So if you guys are taking 6 personal perspectives, those are 3 of the 6 personal perspectives. They're pretty cool. So 80-20 principle is always the first one we like to start. Your 80-20 principle is what we talked about is focusing on what actually matters to you. And the importance of the big box. Sorry, I'm going backwards. I should not look at my book when I know when I'm teaching because it goes off every time. So 80-20 principle, there's a predictable in life, and they call it the 80-20 principle. So Brenda principle, basically that when he was looking at really just people who earn the best land kind of thing, they came out to that 20% of the population owns 80% of the land. 20% the riches in the world, sorry, 80% of the riches in the world, 20% of the people. So if we realize this could apply to many different parts of your life. So when we focus on the 80%, the chart here, when you focus on the 80% of your actions, you get 20% of your results. You can focus on your 20%, you get 80% of your results. Because your 20% is going to be the things that matter the most. I know you have to look on your face like it makes sense kind of. We're going to dig into this more. Start somewhere. So when we're thinking about the 20 principle, 20% of your business activities are going to give you 80% of your production. So that's your incentive right there. You can spend 20% of your time and make 80% of your production. Does that make sense? Theory doesn't really make sense, but it's very true. What do you think the 20% user is? Lead gen, I actually call it lead conversion. The lead gen is when you're finding leads, converting the leads is actually what we do most of the time. We call it lead generation. It's just something that I'm teaching a few different classes. I'm like, oh man, we make sure we spend more time on lead conversion than generating leads. Generating leads are dormant because you're getting new leads. Converting the leads, you're people, that's lead conversion. It's a little bit more exciting when it's lead conversion because I think we refer to lead generation so often. So more people don't live by the 80-20 principle because they consider it counterintuitive. And why should you care? Because it doesn't apply to all parts of your life. I know it sounds so ridiculous. I also don't think it's ever real. I expand in my life. Oh, sorry. Page 9, there's a question they have here. But I want you kind of to look through and get an idea. And starting talking about the 50-50 fallacy, but we're going to get into that. So how do you think you would take something that is just not a habit you currently have and turn it into an actual habit? So there's something that feels more natural. Because doing that 20%, most people don't hesitate to do it because it doesn't feel natural. And one of those crazy people I really truly enjoy doing. And people are talking to them and looking through it. Like I truly enjoy doing that. It took time to get there. So what do you think you can be doing your life to feel more natural to you and not make them something that you consider hard to do? Any ideas? Keep doing it. So repetition. Yeah. Anybody else got an idea? Yeah.
Sorry, is like the gamify it sometimes, so if I have a task I need to do that I definitely want to do, I'll have to see, that's how long my time to shoot comes in, but I'll have to see like if I can get it done quicker, if I'm like, oh, I'm gonna do this, send this email, I was like, okay, let's back and do it, usually get it done.
Yeah, and that's the mindset thing. A lot of people do like this trying to do. There's one person that actually put it into a kind of an extreme way. He would not leave until leave his work, be back until at least one appointment set. And so there was days he worked 14 hours to get that one appointment. But there was days he worked an hour to get that one. So it's something he turned it into. That's kind of a crazy thing to me. I don't know if I could do 14 hours. I can only do the better. So I also want your intentionality. It's not just like saying, I don't think we're just gonna do something that we need to do at the same, this is exactly the time I'm gonna start calling, and this is when I'm gonna finish calling. And in that in between time, I'm setting up searches. I'm not going through and sending emails. I'm going to I'm gonna make a list of things I need to do. And I'm not gonna ruin you. Because if you're watching your emails coming in, you're watching text messages coming in, it's gonna distract you from what you're trying to do. So, you guys agree with that? Yeah, intentionality is a big part of it. So we talked about the 50-50 fallacy. The 50-50 fallacy is going to talk about a couple of different things. Sorry, I was going to go through this slide quicker than I need to. Sorry. 50-50 fallacy. So I want to believe that all the events in their life, all the things that are in their life are basically the same significance. That is considered a fallacy. Clients and customers contribute to our success. You guys agree with that? You have to demonstrate a client and a customer is, right? A signed person versus someone that you're just kind of working with that you haven't actually signed up yet. Every aspect of our business is ultimately equal and value. No other fallacy. Things that we think then, you guys ever use a sign of thinking when you have this before. The phone call and appointments have the same priority. And each opportunity has the same as any other opportunity. So make sure we're clear on this. Those are not true. Those are fallacies. The biggest fallacy we have in life is thinking that everything we do should be equal. Do you think you spend equal time with Peter and his children? Do you spend equal time with all your children? You don't make a conscious choice that I'm going to spend more time with this, but it happens. Do you spend the same time with your friends? Some friends we spend more time with than others. And some could just be proximity, but sometimes it is. Some people are just easier to hang out. Doesn't mean other people aren't friends. The fallacy is thinking that we have to be something you've heard by the bed. I don't know anybody that has true. It's because there's a priority, and there's life has to be a priority. Correct? And it's not usually in balance. Unfortunately, you see what we say it's a fallacy. It is very impossible to be at the parts when there are two opposing forces. The quiet means everybody's thinking. Any questions on it? It's one of those, I'm like 50-50 fallacy. The point behind it is that it says here, it's really 80-20. That's why we talk about 80-20. That's because it's actually 80-20. 20% of the time you spend with your kids is going to be 80% of what they remember. I know that sounds weird. Do you think that's true? That's my kids, what they remember of their childhood. It was most random things. Like I swear, they don't remember. They remember us taking, we had two dogs when I met with Casper and Traz. A white American Eskimo and a brown Chihuahua. They're mixed, but there's making sort of picture of that. And they remember walking them up and down the creek at Houston Woods, which is up in near Miami University in Oxford. I remember walking on the creek and there was a waterfall there that I remember playing in the waterfall. That was, it was a random day that we spent in Houston Woods. It wasn't planned out. It wasn't something we put a lot of effort into. My daughter swears that we never rented go-karts. That was expensive. She doesn't remember. I think she's 21 now. I think she was 10 that year. I'm like, so that was actually that point where I decided we weren't doing the birthday parties anymore. Because, but they always thought to invite a bunch of kids, and they didn't. Well, those kids are really that like. They just were friends of friends, so we just started doing like you invite who you want. We're not doing big parties anymore because the planning and the stress didn't have results. So it's a personal tidbit there. I repurposed those efforts. So I've got a crazy cakes I have for them. Just see my Harlequin cake. That was pretty impressive. So big rocks. You guys all heard the big rock story? you want to read it again today? Does anybody that hasn't heard it? Because I won't go through it. It's actually my opinion when you read it. Has anybody not heard it completely, but beginning to end? Don't be afraid to say it. It's okay. We're gonna get this. I don't think that hurts to hear it again. Would someone actually like to read it so I don't have to talk the entire time? Anybody love to read? That would be great. It's on page 11.
And also leaders and schedule all their activities, in high school science teacher takes a large amount of job. And goes the other large block. He did ask the class. He made a sleep about the flyers of best. The teacher then takes a bucket of brown with the jar, the small box settled into the space in the big box. He then asked the class, is the dog woman? Most of the students replied, yes. Some were reluctant to agree a second time. The teacher then produces a large can of sand and proceeds to pour it into the water. The sand fills up the spaces between the gravel and other blocks. For the third time, the teacher asked, is the ground full? Convinced nothing else could go to the jar, many of the students answered yes. Then the teacher brings out a pitcher of water and pours it into the jar. The water saturates the sand and encases the gravel or rock. At this point, the teacher asked the class, what is the point of this demonstration? One diagnosed student raised his hand and responds, no matter how terrible our schedule is, we can always squeeze in more things to do. You might think that, replies the teacher, but the point is that unless you first place the big rocks into the jar, you are never going to get them in. The big rocks are the important things in life, your family, your friends, and your personal life. If you go your life with small things as demonstrated with the dragon, sand, and water, you will never have time for your important things.
So I still think that's a great story. So I heard here from Alan Joaquin, time equals life, therefore waste your time and waste your life, or master your time and master your life. Every time I hear the big rock story, I'm like, I want to demonstrate the opposite way. Just fill a jar with water and drop a big rock, and they're like, we're done. That's the whole point, is that if you have this, your big rocks are your 20%. Whatever the things are you need to do instead, those have to be on your schedule first. Because if they're not, they never will happen. So most people regen in the morning. Do you think it's because most people answer the phone in the morning? It's actually proven it's not in the morning. I think it's between like 2 and 3 or something like that is when more people answer the phone. Why do you think most people spend regen first thing in the morning?
So when they have the most standard.
Willpower.
Yeah, most energy. That's incentive, is that if I do it now, I don't have to think about it the rest of the day. That actually probably more my incentive. Yeah, but like that, I'm only gonna reach at. The read by 10 a.m. to by noon. It's an hour. I'm obsessive and being early when I'm teaching. I hate running behind. But I'm like, am I gonna regen from like 8 to 10? So this week, my regen is going to really pile up to do 4 hours, 3 days, because I'm not going to have all my regen in. Because I usually do 2 hours per day. Is always my. But some days it's just not. Tomorrow, I mean, because I'm part of a trial, I'm going to be there by 11, so I could get it in. It's just going to be tight. So, but you see what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff. Thursday, I don't know that I'll get in. I've got 2 closing. The one's my third. I know first half. So super excited about that. So I'm gonna be distracted, but I'm like, I gotta make sure that I figure out when to do it. I've actually started doing more regen in the evenings. Because sometimes I was gonna take it doing an hour during the day when I have a busy day and doing in the evenings, breaking it out as well. But what does that mean for me? Focus. Because it's really easy to see what this is. That's what I want to do in the evenings. I don't want to do my regen, but if I can do my regen while I do my dinner and get that at once, then I've got plenty of time to do what else I need to do. So we'll get into more detail on how to work. But the next part we get to do, if you turn to page 12, you guys are going to identify what your big blocks are, both personal and business. So I'm gonna give you about 10 minutes to do this, because I want you to really put the thought into this to make sure you focus on what are your true big blocks? What do you need daily basis, but what are your priorities to make sure get done? This is supposed to be partnered, but we've got kind of a weird number. You guys want to partner up? Great. If you don't want to do it individually, that's fine too. What do you think you would? Yeah, so I think you guys are already working on it, so we'll stay individual. But if you have questions and you want to ask me or ask them, you can ask. Tara, I did not realize you had the Harry Potter monster book up here.
Oh. Not even sure where that is from.
I love Harry Potter. It's coming back to a big theater in our area. Gosh, actually, I think it's this week, but the Thursday night's the first one. Forgot to get tickets now. I'm thinking, I'm like, can I still get tickets to it? And in England, they did not like Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, so they called it Harry Potter and the Professor's Stone. So if you ever see the British version of it, it's almost exactly the same, but they said Professor Stone instead of Sorcerer's Stone. A little bit of a joke when it comes to that stuff. I think most people have the crap that everybody pretty well done, just thinking. If we don't need the full 10, I don't want to sit here and sit around. Who would like to share one of their personal big rocks? Kids, yeah. That's always a big one. How old are your children, if you don't mind me asking?
6, 11, 12, 6, 11, 14.
Yeah, fun time. A lot of variety there, yes. Mine are now 18 and almost 22, so big difference. I'm not dealing with the other end of it, they're leaving me. 22-year-old buying her house to Thursday, and 18-year-old goes into a Navy in March. She's going to be a nuclear engineer, so I did not think she was leaving me this young. So I'm having a lot of time. So anybody else want to share a personal big rock? Health, yes. Remind me like what that means for you?
To make sure that I'm thinking about my health, about everything else that I think I need to do, so I can have good health.
Whether that included you, if you don't mind me asking.
Watching my diet, which I've not been very well.
Sweet every once in a while is not the end of it.
making sure I stay up with all the, wellness things, you know, the doctor appointments and all that. And, drinking enough water.
That is a big part of it. It's amazing just water consumption can really change a lot of things about your health. Yeah, great points there. Anybody else want to share a person?
Mine was just good mental health mindset, self-growth.
Yeah. That's always a very important thing. Is there anything in particular you're thinking about doing with that?
Exercise consistently, you know, cooking.
I love it. Yeah. What's your favorite exercise program, if you don't mind me asking? Like, do you do like weightlifting or running?
Usually do like weight lift, but I'm not going to do a lot recently, and it's been really nice.
That's not carry sometime. That's what I do on Wednesday mornings. Now 95 to 102 is the temperature, and yeah, it's a whole nother perspective. Not yoga as much. Yeah, they do Pilates on Wednesday morning, so I would do a 6 or 7. 6 is hot yoga, 7 is Pilates. I'm like sleep in an hour. It's never twist for me. But yeah, I love the idea that doing the things you really like to do. Like cooking, baking has always been a hobby of mine, and sometimes I just forget about it. I go to that and I'm like, when's the last time I actually cooked that? Because I have time now I've been working and my husband's cooking. It's not a bad thing that we want to cook. So, anyone else want to share anything else?
I called a, one of, an auctioneer to come into my house and remove a lot of stuff.
Good for you.
No. Like, I have a and well, clear, it's, you know, one of those first things where you're like, oh, this is great. Yeah. You know, it's all like, this is doesn't make any sense, so we have gym equipment, we have piano, we have movie room, it's just, yeah, I don't want, I just was like, I'm just gonna call someone. So I use this gentleman to help me with some of my clients, and I call for myself, and so he's calling my person.
Awesome. Yeah. That's probably you're gonna feel lighter.
You know, I don't know the picture.
Love to hear how that goes because we've got a 200 square foot ranch house right now, and we're going to be selling it when kids move out and buying a horse ranch. And I don't think I'm getting that size house. I mean, the horse farm that I want. So I'm going to have to downsize. I'm going to my basement, ping pong table, air hockey table, pool table, doors, new piano, bar area, all downstairs. Like, yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. But that is, that's a great thing, because I think when I walk in my office right now, it's very cluttered, because I travel, I think I've been 6 weeks. So my not had the time to focus on keeping this, I just put it in there, I'll take care of it later. When I walk in, it feels productive. I like a clean environment, so that's gonna be a big priority over the next few weeks, so. I just inherited like Keller Williams 7 Hills game machine. It's like an arcade machine. Oh yeah, that's fun. It's got like 1,000 games on it. Oh, it's pretty cool. It's good. I like it most. Not as bad as I used to be. Like, it's just not cool. All right, business related big bucks. Who wants to share a business related big buck? Marketing? What does that entail for you?
Do it more.
Give an example. Yeah, sure, that's a focus. Marketing's, I enjoy it, but I like to focus when I want to do it. My biggest issue is limiting the time. Because I won't go down long this. I created an entire postcard plan and then realized I didn't have the budget to do it. I guess I should have upped it first, but I should have done the budget first and then How many hours I estimate that I spent. Well, I like to go big or go home since I like, it was like 1,600 a month that came out, and I wanted to spend. Okay, 2027, you're good. Yeah, put it out a year, most of them are still valid, most of them. Anyone else want to show up? Share one. I'm gonna be active at my board because my goal is to have by 2028 to have a position in NAR. The National Association. I applied for my first committee this year, but I want to take a step in 2028. So my mentor is the president of NAR this year. So that's some what I'm going to do there. Probably board of directors is going to be the first step. I had to wait for my ex-manager to no longer be president before I would run for board. So this year, next year it'll be like first most recent president, and then it'll be officially out. So then I can run. So fun things. Any other business? The lead generation, lead conversion. Is that what everybody's list? Following up with active clients. That's when I do that weekly. I don't do it every Friday. That's usually my Monday activity. So it can take me a few hours to really follow up and do all afterwards. Any other business related? Maybe your comment activity and some going this year. So sometime this year.
Reaching out, that's.
Are you gonna yourself? Thank you for your service. That's any plans on to do that?
On the VA that works in social relations, so she's in a lot of meetings and social events outside of the VA.
Yeah.
So we're getting that way.
I think that's a really good. Veterans, I think, are very unbelievable when it comes to a lot of things. So, anybody else got kind of a shoot? Yes, ma'am.
I promise not to say this before, but I want to take this. Hey, Clark, it's the relationship that people I have. So once a week to lunch. I don't want to say more than that. So I just today, I put it in my calendar, so it will show up every morning at 8 o'clock. Not every morning, every Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Here you can take it to lunch.
There you go. I think that's a great one. And maybe like one of those things you may want to start out with, can I do it once a month, then every other week? Maybe build into it until it becomes more of a habit. Because it can be hard to set aside a lunch every week. But I do love it. Yeah, because there's some people I don't see very often. I have to make a little bit more of an effort to see them a little bit more. There's some great ideas there. But I'm sharing them. So next time you share, I'm going to myself in the room. I don't know anybody's name in here, so I'll have you do that as you share next time if you don't. I'm going to start with my name tags for everybody. So I'm definitely important with names when I see it's out of context or it's been a while. So next thing we're going to talk about is from the PUA. I know it's out there. What does it stand for? Entrepreneurial. Try saying that 3 times fast. And P stands for purposeful. So when we talk about moving from E to P, and this will kind of play into what you're talking about with these ideas. Someone that's entrepreneurial has a ton of ideas. They have a ton of things that they want to do. They come, you get a lot of ideas in your head, but you have a plan for implementation or the system for the results. I'm only saying that because you said so. I'm not giving you a hard time. But eventually, all your ideas are what you're looking towards, because if you don't have an implementation plan, if you don't have a long-term plan, you're going to hit a ceiling. You're not going to be able to do everything yourself. You're not going to be able to continue growing it because you don't put a plan or a system in the place to help with it. So you hit a ceiling eventually. And to get to that ceiling, you've got to move towards purpose. You've got to implement plans. You've got to implement systems. If you want to do a large marketing program, like that one guy in my office was talking about it, he wants to send out a list of 100 letters a week, handwritten. So he's now hiring somebody because he realized he can't physically do it. So he was hired, he managed to do it. There's, you might know how you know. You might know Ethan Bishop. Guys got more energy than he knows what to do with. I swear it's crazy. That is his next step. He is actually put it out that he is hiring somebody to do it because he can't do it himself. So to bring it to that next level, you may have to leverage somebody. You may have to leverage a system. A lot of places will offer like a postcard and take a employee. I do that with the calendars I send out every year. To send them a list of addresses, they send them out for me, so I don't have to do it any longer. So it's some things you have to do to get a system together. But a lot of it is going to be lead generation. Like if you want to actually work, if you want to close 50 transactions a year, it's a pretty lofty number. Most people are at 30, they start feeling really, really busy. You want to close 50 a year, do you think you're going to be able to do that with working by yourself? You probably could, but it would be hard. That's more than 4 transactions. So when you're looking towards it, what do you think you can do to look for to help you? That's the first thing you need about it. An assistant of some kind, yeah, admin assistant or even a transaction coordinator. Something along those lines, whatever you, like, it's fine, it's all the other stuff I need help with. Yeah, how to do that a little bit better way, but to get from just these great ideas to actually truly implementing them and which means systems, it means leverage, and you put on those lines to help push that through. Does that make sense? Do you guys have that? Yeah, and I see it. Yeah, if you kind of just look through that, it's really kind of interesting when it talks about when you hit that ceiling, you get you're disappointed, you get resigned, you start looking for greener pastures. So a lot of times we'll see agents leaving brokerages because they hit that ceiling because they haven't really dug into. I mean, players that assume an amazing system can't imagine what you needed. But so many people don't dig into those, and so they end up looking for something better. Does that make sense? Kind of a neat thing to look at. The one thing on that we didn't mention yet is accountability too. So we talked about like, all the things we want to do. Accountability. Not your spouse, not your best friend. Did you put your hand down because it was one of them? Not your spouse, your best friend, and your hand. Exact time your hand. Use your accountability, if you don't mind sharing.
When does the plan should be?
Years. Okay. Yeah, that's actually, I should have somebody that is holding them accountable, but I wish we could get into that more. That's actually what I taught for my faculty training was accountability and how to run accountability movement, and I truly am passionate about it. So 2 people that are accountable to me now. I do not have accountability. Like James is great. I meet with him once a month. I meet someone every week. I know coach. Peter's been on me for 6 months. Funny he says I'll hire a coach. I'm just too picky. That's my biggest feedback, that I am so picky about who I share stuff with. So when you change how you operate, do not expect it to happen overnight. We are people of habits, and unfortunately, yeah. It's a fear that looking out and having to start over with. I'm not someone that's really scared of being judged. When it comes to business stuff, personal stuff's a whole other thing, but when it comes to business stuff, I'm not afraid to be a judge. I want somebody to tell me what's going on and how to change it, because I can't. You guys do business assessments. I'm a DC. I'm a high D. Do not beat around the bush. Tell me what's going on, because that's the only way I'm going to pay attention. So, in my personal life, I need a soccer on occasion for my business. So I do appreciate you asking that, though. So, you know, I don't like sharing anything pretty much. It's just putting effort into it and then it not working out for some reason or another. And I think probably for me, the biggest fear is finances because it is expensive. Versus so, okay. So when you're going from E to P, you want to make sure you're doing that improvements. You don't want to jump from, I do no marketing and now I have 12 plans on implementing this month. Because you're gonna fail. It's hard to, I'm not every, I shouldn't say you're going to, but good chance are you're gonna fail. Because you need to make sure that you understand what you're doing step by step, how to do it. And that's one thing that the 411 is going to help you with. But you'll see, we're going to start with show you how to break them down to monthly and weekly. Because that way you put that 12 different neighborhoods, sending postcards out to them, because you said marketing. 12 different locations, you want to send postcards out to them with the process. Or you can do it, but if we start with one this month, and then we add on next month, we do 2 additional, add on to it rather than trying to do it all at once. So we'll talk about the implemented phases. And when you activities you like to do, I know you said you had some great ideas. We'll figure out, take one idea at a time. How can I make this purposeful? How can I make this actually something that I can use? And you may some of the ideas. You can't make every idea into something that's helpful to you. I would love to find a way to make money when I'm writing my verse. I'm not paid to do it. It's not good enough to teach. Well, I could probably teach, but I don't have the desire to teach people how to write courses. But I'm like, how can I make money move? So that would be great. I did my tax guys over there. They went off my nails. You want? That should be all right. That's marketing, right? Come on, Ted. It's marketing. Yeah, and that actually, I love the social media. I'm trying to monetize it.
Yeah, other than the more stuff, because, you know, after the next, like, first of all,
Okay, you should see. It's all over. Like going around for this.
This is the writer, and with the heavier one.
There's some people that probably would appreciate cook friends and manure at their house. But actually, I'm trying to break into horse farm, so we'll be a good way like wow.
Yeah.
So I don't get so exercise. So say that again.
Well, they tend to.
10 hours, 10? We're gonna have to teach you how to negotiate. Stage 15, we're gonna exercise. Actually, 7, yeah, 15, there we go. So if you look on page, I think, was there, do you guys have that in your book? What? An exercise is,
15.
okay. I'm thinking of a different exercise, I'm an exercise I had, sorry about. So we don't have to break into 4 groups, we don't have 4 groups, I'm gonna just break into 2. So middle people, you can choose which side you go to. How's that work? Is that okay? Or actually, you know what? You would go to these 2. And then you 3 work together. Is that what good? So what is your name?
John.
John? Donna. So, John is what I was trying to say, but it can't John. I don't put that wrong. That's my one person at a time to remember. So as you're going, we're going to give you a topic to talk about. And what we're going to have you do, this one, a couple of people struggle with, so I'm going to do a little bit of the instructions. You're going to brainstorm on how to move from just an idea into something that is purposeful, that has a system or tool of some kind. So on here, that was the next page up on the bottom there. We're going to do different ideas. So like this group to start at the bottom and work your way up. So if you don't get through 1 or 2, it's okay. And you guys do the opposite. Start on the top and work your way down. So you're going to look at each one of these things and you're going to see, I'm going to do a different one in here so it's not. I want to do a lead generation program. I want to make sure that I'm generating my lead generation. It's to set appointment systems. It's okay. You need help? Okay, then somebody said. Set 30 appointments this month, and I need to look at it. How am I gonna set 30 appointments? How many calls does it take me to get one appointment? So I need to look at how many calls will it take me to get one appointment, and how many times how many people do I call? To answer the phone? How many people do I need in my database to make 30 appointments a month feasible? Do you see what I mean? We gotta take it backwards from, this is what I wanna do, how do I make it a system that can be consistent? If they're 30, so I would be going to work every day and setting an appointment for flyer, like I mentioned earlier. It seems like a lot, I don't know that I want to go on this, it's so one month, but. The idea is, if I wanna do it, this is a crazy idea, I wanna do it, how can I systemize it? I know for me, just to get 2 appointments every week, I gotta take them, 37 conversations a week, and that's only making 2 appointments a week. Cause that's what my conversion rate is. And that's very specific, I'm very detail oriented, so why don't you guys get started, what's your name? Jordan, they have you back up the ratings of appointments, that's it, that's it. That is not in here, no.
I'm not seeing that.
No, just on page 15, you can put your blank at the bottom, so you guys kind of make notes there. So,
Start moving forward with staff.
yes, and then you guys are gonna start with returning phone calls. I know it's kind of a weird concept, but really, just try to think about it, and I'll think about it to get answer questions if you guys and then can stop, raise your hand and wait me over.
So we're young. How are we getting from entrepreneurial to birth?
Yeah, your idea is I need to be better about returning phone calls. How do I turn that into a system? What tool do I use to make it? More systematic.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna say.
Just so you know, the thought process of trying to figure this out is a big part of it.
So, for me, great, so, you know what I mean, it's just. Like, my first part, code, you know, I had to go strings or something, where you go in. So, they would. You know, or something. I really don't say much. But that would be what you, yeah, look at the old. Very, yeah. Also, and also, right, totally. We also said, yeah, everyone, I don't want to, yeah. Yeah, no, understanding that, and, yeah.
You guys remember too, these aren't all open activities, so especially when you're getting with a consultant with staff, that's a more of a leadership type thing, but these, we don't focus on just agents, so keep that in mind. Going okay? So how do you decide who you're, Jen? What would be your top 10 people that call? How would you identify who you're first say? Call that you're gonna make that? For me, it's because I have a lot of people struggle with Jen is who.
Yeah,
Like something that was in your own food, so probably you start with that, but we haven't talked to it, let's go to the people. Or do you call your outreach every day? So it'd be like an outreach, I don't use commands, I don't know what you terminology. So, but we determine the. Because I'm on Peter's term. So we use that. And now we're integrated with it. So it's it's. Nice to just, change us, so we're gonna move from like based on that's there should have been changed. That's great, but we should. Very expensive for Market Center to use that. Our team in particular, really have to integrate with large companies. Some things have different things in use. Like one of ours. So how do you do it? How do you do it?
It's my number, believe, you don't try Thank you.
So I got the two of them. We're having a good conversation over there. You guys got through the first two, right? Did you guys get through the bottom two?
Yeah, I was also a there. Memorial.
Did you guys get through the bottom two?
Yes, yeah.
We deal with monthly financials, we do the marketing and stuff.
Very cool. Do you think that they got the top two, you guys got the bottom two? We're going to Tom, is that actually? I know you guys are really deep in conversations, and I sound like great things. I wanted that, that's the idea, I want you guys, because you're really doing from the conversations and just the words coming out of my mouth. So you guys want to share, how you would systemize returning phone calls? Who's going to be the spokesperson? I'm gonna say Donna, because I know your name. But I saw your writings out.
If I'm gonna return. Achieve that. Then. I mean, not only am I not. Who don't call. And so I want to get it in my phone, like my desk is in my phone for kind of walking it. And she talked about that she color codes her things with her phone. And then it can be whatever you're color coding, the most important thing that has to be done with that.
Yeah. I love that. People are very visual, so color coding is very good for people that remember things visually. So I love that. You guys want to share consulting with staff? Remember some of the stuff is like team lead or market center, like an MCA. So I'm still learning all the acronyms. I am born with the real. You guys want to share how you did that? Who's your spirit person? You took actual names.
Staff was. When it says drive enthusiasm, national responsibility, we don't want to just, like, we're not focus plan. To give to them that what they're doing for us is actually generating extreme financial outcome.
Yeah.
It's not just like, oh, would you go do this, or, they have an actual policy and for this administrative assistant. And it's a transaction coordinator, what that looks like, the cost of that, for your business.
And that's like what I talk about, like when we have meetings with staff, like when you're doing like accountability meetings, or if you're doing like just meeting not individually, it should be a plan.
Right.
It should start on time, it should end on time.
And then
Because
that meet with that.
Yeah.
And meet with that person.
Yeah, but when they first start, you have to meet times a week, but then eventually maybe it's down to once a week, and we can schedule more needed type of it. So, yeah. What's the next one? The first 10 calls during lead gen. Did you guys talk about it? I'll probably put that in that what you guys do it. Someone else want to? Sure, why not, Ms. Bob?
I didn't think for me personally, it would be, okay, we'll call you to, because the business return back, but that's when the lead generation happens.
Yeah.
Lead generation is like, you're gonna have however you rate these people. Then the people that you feel like would be most likely to be doing something in the shortest amount of time, I'm gonna make those calls first. Yep. And then get into just regular.
Yeah, so it's identifying like who are the most attention at that moment, and then working your way up. When we get into time blocking, I'll give you guys some ideas on how to look at that too, because it's something that I do very specific. I don't call like regular leads at the same time I call spirit leads, because it's a whole different mindset to me who I'm talking to. So I don't like to intermix them on the same day. When if they're all leads, then I will get through all of them until we get into more of the long-term, people. So the last one, reviewing financials. Who loves numbers? I love numbers, but sometimes I never. So when you gotta come up with a systematic way to review financials. This could be business or personal, really.
So make sure you're doing first off.
Yeah, just scheduling it. Yeah.
So they kind of keep track of things like as they're going, and sometimes we find maybe monthly, it's maybe too big of an overview, we kind of keep track, or we lose track of what we did during the month, so then it's like, oh, we're playing catch up kind of situation, versus maybe like break it down like weekly financials, maybe might be two, the different categories. Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't use. No,
We just jumped right in, they were just nodding along with you.
Right on what you got.
So with monthly financials can mean a lot of different things. I mean, we do a budget every month. If we wait until the end of the month to like categorize everything, it will be a nightmare, which I have done that a few times. So weekly, we typically go over a budget type thing just to make sure where we are. But sometimes I don't know what my income is, so it's like, it's actually closing. Now we can kind of count on it because we close it up, something that's likely is going to close. I don't know worst case scenario, and I'm like, two that are scheduled to close on Thursday. It needs to be done, has been done. So yes, we are closing on Thursday in my office because I know where I'm at. But I want to make sure that I know weekly kind of where I'm at. And then you guys haven't done that. You know what your net worth is? If you never just go on like sheets and or just someone kind of all kinds of like calculators to calculate it. So looking at all your assets, all your liabilities, tracking your net worth. It's a good way, something that you guys do once a month and just seeing a positive growth. So it's kind of fun. You should be seeing hopefully the bills going down and that's the idea, but if you're not, you need to look at it. And it gives you, it's a good number to look at, it's a tracking number. It's just looking at your account balances or not everything. Because that's only one side of it. You've got to also look at the liability. Is your mortgage payment, money on your mortgage going down? Or money on your car? That's it.
Yeah, that's one of the big misconceptions that people forget when they're doing their homeowners insurance, is that if your whole entire house burns down, and you only have that level and A, B, your E section, you really have $100,000 there for your personal belongings, and your house, you have more than that. It is so important for people to either categorize it, you know, in a spreadsheet or put it somewhere in the safety deposit box, take pictures of it, everything that you own. Because it's so sad, when all of a sudden, you're like, I know I have this much stuff that the insurance company is only going to give you. And this is after over 10 years of the insurance business as president.
I think someone has an insurance background.
I don't have to about it, I had all the myself, but that was, it's real. It is really horrible, it's sad, because the other thing is, you think the insurance company is your employer, no, I'm here to get your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, so the power was not an instant life, so you have to also do your part, and I think that translates with us as well in real estate business, let's just say, going on well, looking at our housing, code, building, calendar. And I think like even that said that television is they coordinate the calendar or such and such thing, but you have to on that. And
In my time blocking, I've used every color you're allowed to use in the calendar because I'm a visual person. Everything that makes money is a shade of green. Everything that's high priority is a shade of red. I'm like, I'm making money. One of the things that when you talk about assets, you have to make sure that you definitely always know what your assets are because you think you do until you actually have to sit down and think about it. Question for you, something I read recently. How much do you think it would take you to replace everything in your wardrobe? Clothes and shoes. Not talking jewelry, just clothes and shoes. You probably got a number. Yeah. The song that just recently lost 30 pounds. Yeah, I'm going away to big clothes yet, because I'm not confident yet. But if you ever look at in the basement. So five, I can show you the story. Yeah, the average is $4,000 to $7,000. Names everything you have in your closet. Your dresses, your formal wear, your clothes. Like I don't want to be a clothes person, but if I pay $30 a piece for a shirt, you have less than 20 shirts. Yeah, that was 20 times 40. Right. You can't document it. Yeah, I just when you start adding it up, like, it really adds up quickly. I mean, yeah, like I got this dress because for $10 because I'm on Stitch Fit and I did one more thing on it, like cost me $10 extra. But to replace it would be $90. So it's a $90 dress. So I'm like, so most of my dresses are probably worth $75 to $100 to replace that because I'm bargain shopping if I've got to replace the entire wardrobe. I'm going to make sure I got what I need for the basis. And this is coming from I had a fire my senior year of high school. Replacing my wardrobe, I had no insurance. So we were renters and no insurance. Thank God for Red Cross. No, they have a bad reputation, but they say no. So I didn't close. I went to a homecoming party. It was my senior year of high school. Came home to the upstairs of my house, got it. It was scary, but I'm turning into something positive. In October, I'm doing a class with the chief of one of the fire departments. We're doing a thing about virus. So I get to share that with so I've never done it on the group before. But it's not a fun story, but it was up to the fact that there's stuff in my high school that I because the Boosters Club didn't propose to us. Like things like that, like it just was stuff that I didn't think about. How much did I lose? I still have statues at my house that are gray because they're actually two little unicorns running from me. I still have them, but they got smoke damaged. But I saved those because they get smell. But maybe not, they're not, you just think they're old, you know where the gray came from. So, the miraculous thing, the black candle that survived. And someone recently gave me the exact replica of it. She had from when she was a kid, so now I have two of them. So yeah, there's fun things like that. I'm like, sorry, I'm going off. I'm gonna go off. Remind me when I'm going too far. But the idea is that anything in your house, like when time on that roof, you want to make sure you know everyone in your house, everyone in your liabilities. Because yeah, you can sell your refrigerator for what it would cost to replace it. But you need to know. I'm a designer person, so like, they're probably not. I love the thing. You can't count it, clothes are neutral when it comes to the things that you're better look at what so it's gonna be your bills, your cars, your toy type things, your beds, your RVs, all that kind of stuff. Things that do owe money on it, you know they owe money on it. You really got to think about what your true assets are, what your true liabilities are. And one is just a great number to track that because it can change, many variables change, and you can look at your investment accounts. Are those going up or staying down? You might need to look at, do I need to adjust something? Do I need to become more aggressive at certain ages? So those adjustments you can make to make sure you're keeping a positive note. So it's a fun one to thought. So I know we just went completely off. All right, so we're going to get to the end of the first chapter. We talked about the 80-20 principle. We talked about big blocks, and we talked about moving from E to P. So now we're going to do the first step with setting goals for yourself. So first of all, you're going to pull out your scorecard, which is the bright red one, the individual paper. So there's bright red. So this one here. I know it's a little hard to read, especially when I don't have my reading glasses on. So you just been, you're going to grade yourself each one of those things. But on A, B, and C, so you're going to give yourself no F, no E's. I don't think anybody uses in school, right? So A, B, C, D, or F. The 80-20 principle, and moving from E to P. And just be honest with your grade. This will be used as a tool in the end, so. That's just for the ones we haven't gone through yet.
We're grading ourselves based on where we're at now.
Yeah, where you are quickly. Not your understanding of it, but where you are. Yeah, I found one way to get free shirts at my board was to complain about being too hot or too cold, and then they gave me clothes. I already have a sweater or sweatshirt, but maybe but I am always cold. So it's a short sleeve dress, it should be fine, but I'm like, I knew I would be cold if I didn't have it on there. Yeah, you're giving yourself a grade on the individual sheet is bright red. Does everybody have one? Yeah. Just now, and you're grading yourself currently where you are with A, B, and C. So you're giving yourself a grade through on how you think you're doing on those three items. So this is going to be a tool towards the end, so don't overthink this.
Plus and minuses.
Yeah, we can use plus and minus, so we can get as creative as you want. The B is on the grade. Well, it is like in kindergarten, when it's like excellent or something. But I pretty much finished with that. Too hard. So now we're going to talk about how to set goals. So goals have to be set and then responsibility. I was before, right? But smart goals. What it means that we're going to get into accountability and how to build accountability. So that's what we're going to cover in this chapter. So aiming high, a couple different things you want to talk about. When you're setting a goal, you say, last year you sold 36 houses, at 36 transactions, and this year you're like, mine was 24. That's really not it. I mean, it's a, but because I need to slow down. Legitimate, but it's not, I'm just setting it to be easy. That's not always your best bet, because if it's too easy, you're not going to stay focused, right? So we'll talk about that a little bit more because it's there's always going to be an endpoint. But we'll talk about why we just stop when we get to that. There's a danger of letting your goals become your new ceiling. So you want to make sure that when you're setting goals, you keep trying to keep that in mind. It's okay. We're glad you were here. So that's what we're talking about because of the endpoint. Oh, you gotta get about this. Yeah. I remember those days. And then with my kids off the bus. She was a nurse, so it's very cheap. All right, so we're kind of like bumbling through that stuff. So it's not a big deal, but it does something else. Distraction. So we want to have big goals that are big enough that we keep striving towards them. You know, if we make it too easy, okay, I made my goal good for the year. It's October. We sell another house. I'm gonna take the next 3 months off. I know agents will do it. Healthy because what's going to happen in your first quarter? Yeah, it's going to be really tough because your pipeline disappears. And I'm telling you this from experience. I was a manager for this for 2 years. They only wanted me to sell 6 houses per year. So what do you think happened to my pipeline? When I decided I didn't want to do it anymore, and then I switched brokerages. That was tough. I would do tough. I'm like, there was a lot of tears during that time. It was hard. I was making no money. Used to it. Those caregivers from husband. Don't marry someone just for that. I'm 22 years hard. Is everybody in here? No? Same area.
Right over 6 years, we think about.
Relationships aren't easy, so you gotta, yeah. I would say that 22 years and we actually still like each other. Let's see if we're still doing the kids aren't living there anymore. We had our first kid 3 months after. Yeah, my son did they figured out. Yeah. That's awesome. Just when my grandmother passed away. That's life goal. Okay, look at that. So we're gonna go through your so it's on your page, is it page 18 or 20 in your books? 20. So
Yeah, 18 to 20. And
so the page numbers are now off, so remind me and I will double check my page number. So we will the page that higher, but there we go. Okay, so this is at your someday your 5 year, your 3 year, your 1 year. A someday goal. What do you think an example is of a someday goal?
Sunday at the beach house.
There you go. So it's something that's really kind of like this minute, but you know eventually you want to be there. So my someday goal was to sell 50 units a year that they're acting. Team was important. My first showing partner, I had one, he left. I said, I need to hire another showing partner, train them to be a buyer's agent, and I'll do the same thing on the listing side as well. Someday, I wanna do more of this, and I said, let me do something. So I came back to get it. I just, literally said I wasn't staying here. I went to see it from there, I'm like, at first I thought it was Tara, because Tara was sitting over there, so I'm like, she doesn't put stuff in here. She doesn't trust me that much. So some people, stuff like that, that's a huge goal, but do it sometime. I'm just not real sure that that's how I'm gonna get there. That 5 years is something realistically you can do in 5 years, but not too easy, and just backwards from there. So this is an individual thing, so going through, people said at least one thing in each part. You're gonna find like 1 year is usually much easier for people to do. 2 years backwards. You should start at someday and work your way backwards. Because I remember I told you we do a flow, we'll start at 80. This one's trying to get you into that thinking. So think of that someday then. I'll tell you my someday then, I'm very close to it, but I set it 18 years ago when I got licensed was to make more than my husband. He keeps making more money. So one of these days I will be close last year. Closest we've ever been. No. That was in a unique group and unique part of that who's a change manager. There's not a lot of them out there, so they usually get paid ridiculous amounts of money to do it. At least in my opinion, much we get for us. Basically, project management over the changes and different releases within the networking, all the computers. Yeah. Something to keep in mind, so if you say in 5 years, you want to sell 50 houses, how many do you need to be at in 3 years to be in line for that goal type of thing? So keep, as you're going backwards, think about it as something we're doing is, okay, my 5 year goal is to do this, where should I be at in 3 years working towards that? Even if it's not a number, whatever it might be. Hey, maybe it's backwards, maybe it's not a business goal. Maybe if I weigh 180 pounds right now and I want to be at 160 in 3 years, what do I need to do to make that happen? There's some people are like, I can do that in a year, but usually not the healthiest way to do it. You can think about it, but that's why we're going backwards. As much as I love you guys, doubling your sales every year is probably not realistic, at least once you hit a certain amount. Doubling every year is usually realistic. Say you sold 16 last year and you're gonna do 32, then you're gonna do 64, that's a lot. But if you got your goal, just it can get really
People might.
the level of work you need to do. So it's like if you're gonna do that, then Chelsea, you're gonna do the support. So maybe when you hit 32, it says you're gonna hire an admin assistant or a transaction coordinator to be able to help you or a showing partner. Showing partners are great tools. I shouldn't call it person with fluid, but it's a system that helped me a lot when I had it in place. Not having to run around the show and freed up my time to do other things. Well, I'm not discouraging. If your goal is to double the year before, just make sure you know what you're gonna do to make that happen. If you sold 3 last year, so that's probably not a big deal. Selling 12, probably not a big deal on another year. But just when you get the bigger number, they're just, it's a lot of years, and like, how many people are in the database? Does your database support those numbers? So are you gonna have to build your database and get more people in there? Where are you gonna find the people? And I just, I'm trying to, you wanna be, you don't wanna go so crazy that you know you can't.
Just be having my time, like, I would say, if I. Like a lady. We had before, I wrote down 300K.
Okay. What's your average submission right now? Is that GCI?
And take home the everything.
So that's net.
Yeah.
Okay, do you know what your expenses are each year? Okay, that's what I think you just need to sit down, trying to think, I don't know where it came from. But we have a business plan that we use, this is your expenses per year, this is your, the income that you want. So you gotta make sure, so like my expenses per year are about 42,000. That's what they, there's a lot of things involved in that, about 42,000, so if I wanted to make 200,000, I'd have to make 242 to cover those expenses. Because I keep my business stuff separate. All my personal stuff is budgeted with my husband's income. So that's just talking about business side of things. And this, that was travel, I travel a lot, I love that, like. I got another trip coming up this month. It's just like a club, it's it. And it just, yeah, it's, I think you probably, for the number. And that's, is it,
I think so, that's the model.
yeah.
I believe in a region model.
Urgent appointments and stuff, like what you need, like 131, so like write that down so I can do it. Because it's one I should know to refer people to.
Okay, and then.
Really start breaking it down into like how many phone calls do I need to make, how many conversations do I need to have?
3 has that 30 there.
83. Okay.
183, yeah.
183. I'm sure that's exactly when people conversation, I'm pretty important from here.
Yeah.
That's like, this is something you start in individual forums, it's come from. I wonder if you got the round, but you were just down in Austin or in San Antonio, weren't you? Yeah. I was bought that, like, it's 2 copies of them per year. I don't need to buy just the bound one, because then I gotta put all my things back in again.
Oh my gosh, this is the way you go, yeah.
I think you know, I was at convention, I don't think you would come.
Here, you know.
The bound ones? All right, then,
Yeah.
it's worth it. I like everything. I have a tiny machine at home. When I started teaching, I realized I wanted everything down, so. You guys want to share a little bit? So we're getting on side conversations. Somebody want to share you or something? Somebody want to share one?
Never saw that I did not break down, but so I received $1 million, had $1 million. So it's probably focused on business for down numbers.
I didn't know.
On that thing.
Yeah. And it's one of it. Yeah, but if having that in mind, then that's good idea of what to give, because it's just different, like, every time, like total commission or what you actually receive, like, you can break it up in a way that just, yeah. There's no reason it's called money, man. I mean, there's no reason, so I love it. The main people think that it's a way to start. Someday to be there, keep working toward that. Anybody else want to share something?
You were about to say something. Okay,
Well, I have enough money to travel at least once a month and board my dog.
So you gotta figure out what those numbers are, so you know, like, kind of like what it is, and plus your expenses each month, and yeah, and figure out what that's gonna cost you. And then add that extra onto it, so it's like, my goal is to travel without having to truly budget my spending. It's to it, I'm not an expensive person, but I wanna make sure that I have money to do what I wanna do, like if I wanna go do a side thing while I'm there, you know, a few $100 to kind of break my budget for the trip. So, like they had fun while I'm there, like I ate at a park house last night, I was in San Antonio, because why not? I was there, and it sounded good, so, but I've been very conservative on food all week. So yeah, some things are just really thinking about like, what you would be kind of like, I will thing. So.
Just because of getting here to Callaway's is so overwhelming.
Hopefully you've been at it, whatever.
Way more money.
I was in US 2 years ago, so.
Yeah, and for me, my career family, I'm trying to work on some better information, but also like, I thought I was like out here and I started and I'm still like.
They done like realtor,
Yeah.
like state by state or national level.
Yeah, my luxury, paid the luxury, I think something else, like the way to see what. But it was actually, a productive business now, like getting. But getting everything going again, I guess.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
100%.
And then you're free, like, I was definitely don't get to go to the spice and they have staff and agents. Like, where we were on business.
It was all of that.
In finding your model, really want to move between here and like between Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. That may is.
Got a lot of North Carolina agents if you want some contacts, because my daughter's gonna be stationed down there, so when I was down in San Antonio, that was kind of my focus.
Yeah.
So it was kind of cool to meet some of them. There's some great goals. Some, do you guys want to share some of your 5-year goals? Sometimes it's a little bit easier to think about. I know you kind of went through all of yours and that's fine. But since it's a mess, I mean, I'm just looking to see if you're I'm not calling you out.
50+ units, years, we haven't showing assistant. Process, transaction broker, and she said, then they said, I don't know if we want, broker's license and. Maybe myself of that.
Kind of I am a broker. If you're in Indiana, you're a broker. You're not an agent.
Wait, what?
Indiana is all brokers. You always think managing. An extra. All Indiana agents are brokers.
You know, what's so weird about that, about this. I was sending my documents over the sequence for them to be signed, and she goes. I don't think technically, I'm not signing any of this, you have the authority to sign and do it in time.
Well, it says managing broker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a weird little. So, and then absolutely no reciprocity between Ohio and Kentucky, so you have to do all of it. So 90 hours.
Just go down and go see Anastasia play, even like, I will work those videos. And then, so it's not hard.
It takes me 20 minutes to get to Indiana. But we need Indiana though. So feel free to reach out. I do a lot of business out there. So 3 years. So we got for 3 years.
But I would like to be assistant.
There you go. See, I like that thinking of going that thinking of step by step. And then what's your 1 year? You might share your 1 year just because it's kind of.
February, retirement mistake, and it might be, so, like, started with, and so, I want to hear slowly.
That's a good one. Those people overestimate what they can do in 1 year and underestimate what they can do in 5. So it's It's just that fact that like we can do all this stuff in 1 year, and it's usually in 5 years, like you're not thinking big enough. So it's just something that's I wanted to know because there are people are like 1 year I'm gonna do 24 on my own and then I'll hire it. You know, something like that. I'm like, people are thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, one new agent is a great number. Most new agents do not know what this year. It was in Ohio, yeah, but they just, moved with average under 3 houses a year in the state of Ohio. Yeah, it's pretty much national, but I know for sure what Ohio is, so. Looking back at this, I learned this the first time I was going to teach this, which was almost 7-8 months ago. And one of my 1 year goal was to be on KW faculty, so I found this there. I see it, I'm like, yeah. It's nice, yeah, that's a wonderful thing, it really is. I still live in my first year. The 3 month. The 2008 fall. Complains about the market now. I'm like, please go back to 2008. You know, they talk about touring houses. Literally, you'd spend days touring houses, and they'd have weeks to think about buying that house. And there's no urgency. It was crazy. They toured the whole city. So setting smart, so that's kind of like to avoid the set until we went through a few more things because I didn't really talk about this yet. As smart goals. Spend it. Oh, now I there it is. I'm gonna end the page. So smart goals, specific, measurable, action oriented, and time bound. So on page 21 in your, I'm just gonna do the we're not gonna like break out to do these. How can these goals be smart? So we're gonna kind of just say we're kind of system needs to be smart. So when you say hire 2 resources every year, and they give you this one, so I didn't realize that was on my head. Have a lead specialist and a lead listing specialist. So that's the 2 new hires for that year. So see, I took 2 resources that were specific on what it was going to be. So it has to be specific. So that one just got more specific. So you don't have to like them. They already had the 1 year. They already had something that was measurable. They knew whether they hired people. Action oriented. I can debate that one, but we don't have to be all of this. So we just have to look at what's going to make it better. So 8 seller listings every month. So what do you think you did that one smarter? Legion. Yeah. Yeah, to figure out how many calls do you need to make, how many conversations do you need to have, how many appointments do you need to have to get to 8 actual listings? It is. I can tell you all the numbers. It's in there. Yeah. Yeah, it's in there. I want to be for sure. So
You are usually go on about all sellers, data, they don't have a lot of sellers, it's only buyers. I think a lot of them have.
who do you think it's going to sell? How do you know someone's going to sell? This is going to sound very bad. That's how you talk to people.
What is that?
The 5 Ds is how you tell. I took 4 up there. It's a conversation framework. But it could be, you could find out, you could use that to find out if someone's gonna sell. But reason people sell: diamonds, marriage, kids. There's 2 people living in 2 separate houses, and they're getting married, diapers, kids, divorce, sucks, but you can track it.
Yeah.
Talk to divorce lawyers. There's actually an Emily podcast that talks about how she lived just with divorce lawyers with a lot of money. I don't know if I get that far into the specialty, but it's going to be kind of the for me. For that. It is, yeah. So for the, oh my gosh, that. And dollars, promotions. So a lot of the stuff you can see on Facebook, Instagram, whatever you guys use. I'm still on Facebook. I'm sorry. I don't think it's copied Instagram, but I'm not an Instagram girl yet. I don't understand it. Sounds bad. I do understand it, it's just on Facebook. Those are your 5 E's, those are things that people sell, so how do you find out if people are selling? It might sound untouched homes. The state sales can be a place to start. Things like that, like you gotta lead genning for selling and regular lead genning for buyers. So it's got it's more focused exacting than it is for buyers, if that makes sense. So you don't have to why do people sell? How do I do it? How do I get in front of the people?
They sell, they buy, so we start going by the demo, that's your.
Yeah, like people like you see like the dumpster out front and they're throwing out a bunch of things. There's a good chance that somebody has to work on emptying out the house. They're probably going to sell it.
Literally how you walk up with some professionalism, you know, not like,
Okay, put me on the spot here and try to think of it. No, I just want to think about a second. If I was walking down the street, I'm walking my not three of them, and I walk them on occasion. I'm walking my dog and I see somebody actively emptying out house. So there's somebody there doing that doesn't look like a professional. Go walk up to him and back, go, hey, I think I know the couple that lived here. I thought something was still living there, but I see that it's emptying at home. That happened? That's what I live in. Yeah. So you want to for concern.
yeah.
It becomes something like understand like you guys have a lot of things. Because if you think about selling the property, I could probably do it about so listed as a bunch of people in the house. So we could start be a lot softer in the approach and hopefully get it served painless for you guys. And just try to come from an area of concern, not that, but that's where my information. So if you want to do it, there's something just to make sure that I'm available if you remove it. You're going to try to track their information.
Yeah.
Because chances are they're not complete.
Yeah.
So, and if you don't hear from them, send a letter to them. So it's going to be forwarded to somebody.
Yeah.
Just continue to follow up. That's all you can do. Yeah, you just got to do it in a play. Chances are, good chance I have somebody on my team that's looking for that neighbor.
Yeah.
And like the when it's going to be on the market, if you get in touch with it, and not to be on the list of them, but like heads up on when it's going to be active. That type of thing. So it just depends on how direct you want to be. Attend all KWU training. Is that possible? Good thing it's not. It's not. And what would you say like smart? Yeah, 1 week, I should write that down. I did 2 a month because the way my weeks are just everything. One of the major ones we do. And major camp and we reunion.
Oh, that's
That's what I consider the big league. In the most use out. This would be your least expensive of those 3.
something else now with Buffalo. What was that?
Great, 120, every play at night. Yeah. No. All those for even ignite and breakthrough oriented towards new agents. Experienced agents can get stuff that is oriented towards new agents or new to KW agents. Ignite and breakthrough. Breakthrough 120, sorry. So that would be, I mean, that's how it's smart. You got the benefit of looking at training. If you just say I would attend all of them, it's impossible to attend everything at my equipment center because there's too much of it. So be more specific on it. I'm gonna skip a couple of these. How about travel to Europe once a year? Sounds awesome, doesn't it? How would we make that happen? How much the budget it? Yeah. How much is it gonna cost? What's the best time of year to go? So are they gonna do 2 weeks every September, something like that? Because we're looking at like a calendar, so get a passport. I joke, but it can take time to get a passport. So yeah, you gotta be more specific about that. Yeah, I need to go to Europe. But I need to know how much it's gonna cost, when I'm gonna go. Who am I gonna go with? If I don't know the country, I'm gonna go with people that know the country first. So yeah, planning ahead a little bit. Let's go to the last one. This one is kind of funny because it's one I think we all like to do, and some people don't want to do the stuff they're supposed to do. So we read the file and there's just whatever filing can be, you're gonna want to replay. So you can do it all in one day, but what's a smoother way of doing that? Tax files, you want to get organized early. That, like 7 years of taxes, I would keep something like that, it's kind of more than that. Do that, be more specific, and I said, like, do 25 hours a week. But I'm gonna see what's in there and put a label on it, so I know what it is. Then I can set aside, and then I'll do that for a week. Once a week to do that, whatever I think it's gonna take. So, does that make sense? So just training our brain to be a little bit smarter. I love that it does say smart, so. I keep flipping through papers, I'm sorry, I keep looking like, that's not on there. So when we get into, I'm gonna tell you that really break down your relevant category. So we're gonna kind of talk about what some of those can look like. On page, I did not live it. In the very back, there's a 411 and I can't remember what page it's on. I think I read it in a different place.
30.
47, I think it is. 48, and I think it's the page before this. Right. So that's really so there we go. 48. So that one gives you kind of the breakdown for what Egypt would work. Or whatever. So I'm looking at this. So it's got the oh.
Are you going to?
48 as the sample 411. So it's got the middle categories for which we towards it. So their middle categories are the leads. What am I going to do? What are oh gosh, I thought that was on there. How they're going to track it? So they're going to look at leads generated, source of leads, and conversion rates.
Yeah.
I know my average conversion rate, and I like knowing it because I do better than a lot of people on converting rates, so it's kind of fun. So listings, how many seller listings am I taking from buyer listings? So when they say listings, they're talking about contracts. Just by that. So okay. I want to oh, okay. So I didn't have four in the papers. It does, you're right. It just breaks it down into a little bit more detail. Yeah, so thank you for that. I think you know the material, then you mess up something like that, so. So contracts written, contracts closed, money, systems and tools. So these are different categories you can think about when you're setting your business goals. So there's a lot of different things to keep in mind, right? Because we run a multifaceted business. We don't just sell houses, right? Do about more than that. And it's how do we make sure that we're keeping up with everything we do. So that's one of the categories. And you're seeing that with like on here, so when I saw listings, we're talking about contracts for signed people because we're talking about actual set listings. So they're with both of those. And contracts written would be purchase contracts. That makes sense? Lots to think about. But when we categorize it, it's easier for us to talk. Right? So if you look at how many listings do you want to have this year? How many contracts do you want to have, assuming you sell? Which listings you probably will have buyers who will the close. I'm only at about 50% of my buyers, they just haven't found everything yet. But I close eventually after don't close before then, but I'm not done that. I haven't been listening the last 2 years, right? So what's my conversion then? 75%? 100 with listings, 50 with buyers. So about 75% conversion total. So if I want to close, let's use either 10, then I have to have 25% more. So I'm only going to close 75%. So what is that number? Well, I can't do the math. It's like, you know, you gotta figure that out if you're going to do it. So tracking your conversion rates will help. Can I do it for you or not? Okay, let's do that. I do try to get in there and play with those. I have an idea. It's just when you're not actually putting the numbers and the contact in there, it's harder to see what it actually can do. So that makes sense. Categorize. What was that? Break in just a few. I just want to get through a couple more things before we do it. I can see you guys like lazy going. All right. So next I want to talk about accountability. So when we're talking about accountability, keep your kind of what accountability should look like. I think that's where a lot of us fail. Even if someone that we're accountable to, accountability should be very mixed. Very mixed. Because what you're going to do, you're going to look at your goals, the goals that you set. How much did you achieve towards those goals? You want to dig into this a little bit more, look up situational perspective, very let accountability and it has this method in there. If you want to do like step by step. So how would you achieve those goals? How do you feel about it? And what are you going to change to reach those goals next month? Whatever period you're meeting at. Does that make sense? What were your goals? What did you do to achieve them? How do you feel about what you need to do to achieve them next week? Then you look at, do I need additional training? Do I need additional help in some other way? Education, that type of thing, to reach those goals. So I look and what I need to do to push that. That should be all that's in your accountability. That makes sense? Because if you're giving too many other things, it's going to be really hard to keep going. You should not have every time you meet. I'll show you how that works in a 411. You're going to be always working towards that annual return. Your weekly goals change, but your annual goal stays the same. So it's like, example might knock it down a little bit. You set 10 appointments last week. You set 8 appointments. Why did that happen? You skipped the weekend because your kid was sick. So you weren't able to do lead gen that day. So you only got 8 appointments. So what are you going to do next week? I'm going to add an additional 2 hours of appointments and try to set 12 appointments next week. An additional 4 hours of appointments, whatever lead gen time, so that I can make up for the 2 I missed and still hit my goal of 10 for next week. Or did I decide I'm just going to go for 10 next week because I know I don't have the extra time next week? But it has to be a conscious decision. Does that make sense? Yeah. Maybe it's better to do the 10 hours of lead gen or 8 hours of lead gen, whatever you're doing. Like, I only got 7 in, so next week I'll be at an hour. But you see what I mean? Like, you talk about how you feel. I want to talk about 45 minutes of complaining about everything that went wrong. But are you disappointed in yourself? Do you think you did the best you could? Do we need to look at how we can motivate you? Or do we need to help you get for it? But 15 to 30 minutes, that's probably the biggest thing I think people worry about. When we talk about this, I mean, we have the testimonials from numerous people that have the coach and it goes through the roof. As a coach, not the coach didn't do anything, but being held accountable always push you forward quicker than not being held accountable. And it's not about embarrassment. It's not about telling you messed up. Coach, the accountability player should never tell you. That's why it's how do you feel about it? Not how do they feel about it? How do you feel about what you did?
We also feel match.
Yes.
The right person, because the wrong person, the person, it also.
It can be very volatile. Yeah. Because it should never be negative. That's not what we're going for. We're going for how can I help you to go forward. It's about self-empowering. It's about getting that person to believe they can do it and then allowing them to push themselves forward. Yeah. Not using this two of us in a room. But that's really what it is. A coach's job is to empower you to push yourself in. It's not for them to do it, for them to push you to go. It's for giving you the ability to see it for yourself. And that's probably the biggest skill that a good coach has. I think people call themselves coaches. I'm like, I would not coach my dog. Like, not being mean, but you don't know what you're doing. It's not about being harsh and rude. It's about encouraging that person to be realistically encouraging as well. You say you want to say after this month, you said one last month. So explain to me how you're going to make that happen. Are you ready to not save for the next month? Yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's not being mean. It's okay. That's what you want. I'm empowering you to do that, but you need to tell me how you're going to do that. You're going to give up your social life. You're going to give up time with your family. You're going to give up every activity you enjoy doing because your entire month is going to be work. But if you need to do that, then we can make it happen. But you're going to have to make a sacrifice to make it happen. That makes sense? So accountability should be at the positive thing. So if someone asks you to be accountable, seriously, here's the agenda for the meeting. And if you decide to spend the next hour talking about it, talk about other things, that's fine, but don't call that your accountability meeting. You say, okay, accountability is turned off, now we can off it. Whatever it may be, depending on like how well you know the person. But now tell me about the thing you're trying to build up when we were just trying to talk about your goals. Now you can tell me about it. That makes sense to everybody?
Problem that I have, but I remember working. Think about it was just like, I was saying. It was a time I didn't feel comfortable, and I don't know why. And I started to do regeneration, and you know, just picking up that phone call, you know. I'm so hesitant to do it.
And so they don't call them scripts anymore. There's another word that use it. Yeah, you need to practice scripting. Because the playing, role playing, doing all kinds of names for it. So that is your number one way to understand how to do it. Or actually, get another agent you can call every morning, and you'll be off. But you can do it AI. It'll answer you. You know, you just got to train it to do it, but it takes some time that it can happen. Just you've got to be able to be comfortable with whatever you bringing it. And number two, if you don't know an answer, how do you want to do that? How do you get more out of that? I mean, that's some. I was going to talk about it today.
That little room, go in there and on the computer, you can practice, and it will tell you, you know, not necessarily do this for question now.
Oh, I will do that for you. Yeah. It'll analyze your conversations, tell you what you did better and what you did bad.
But chat or
The chat is so pods everyone for people saying. And so you the conversation with Gemini in the car. Because like when I need to learn something, like one of the points of faculty was I had all the colorisms. So W4CIT, IC, W4, like W, A4C, 2T, ES. I had to memorize that. Rather than an ideal client, customers come first. I think that my brain's not focusing on it anymore, but it's one of the things that we talk about. Then family, the business. Like all the different things that Tyler talks about, all the things that like post on your that type of thing. It's not something our team focuses on, so I had Jim and I visit about it. So, the 12 parts of shift. Yeah. But it's. A shift. A shift. Yeah. Once you finish it, shift is your next one. Shift to the market. Shift is gonna be eventually for you guys. Market center, and I just taught, there's 12 1 hour classes for shift, we just taught all 12. It was proven kind of very helpful, because it's not a little difference, like what it means to move into a buyer's market, what do you need to change about your business profit, how do you make that happen? So that your business doesn't suffer and actually can flourish during the transition, so it's a very good.
This is important.
Yeah, but to me, I would recommend that as a number 2. So you guys can, just say 15 minutes, 2:40. Yeah, because I'll still answer this, so we'll give them permission to leave it.
Saying yes, because I'm getting them out of the work 2 hours weekend. And I haven't followed up with a few of my own houses, people that I had on my database, and I called them and more than half of them had owned.
To share culture.
Yeah.
You know what, I waited to do it, so now let me go back out to houses, get more people on my list, and if I did it in house on a Sunday, I'm following the plan.
Yeah, that was definitely like, oh, wow.
And then they're going on a regular, if they're out to open house, so chances are that some people are just trying, and most of the time. Yeah, that's a very good lesson to learn. Another little one, you know, we're gonna take them out of your database, because chances are you age of those office, they'll never follow up. So put them on your mailing list, you know, their phone number. Come with their address is. If they don't tell you now, eventually it'll be public. So you just have to check back a couple times to find them. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's from public record, so however long it takes in this area to do it, our state's only a couple of weeks usually.
That's okay.
Didn't have the special yeah. Yeah, some great information. Yeah, so I was putting it right, so you could keep it, she might just on YouTube. I don't know how to do it because I'm not really paying attention to it, but I do have a microphone on at least. Right. Okay, I'm gonna turn this.
Yeah, it's one that seems like it's such a great.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't see, well, I've got the shift at home, but did so I laying in bed at night, you know. So much easier. Yeah, but she, I want the shift, it's just not fun.
I like that it's packed, it makes it easier to flip what you like, you'll find your mind right at that moment.
Yeah, yeah.
I did this for something, but it's why. Are you heading out too?
Yes.
It's a great conversation, but you got here today.
Me too, you are allowed, so I'll be tapped in.
Cool.
And like the slides and everything show, so yeah.
I never paid attention to how that works, if you're at some market
Yeah.
thing, so something I just try to not put my nose in.
Oh, yeah, and I don't know how obviously it is for other market centers, but I know they do it a lot with, just cause it's such a big area, like the central Kentucky around, got like a lot of like side counties and stuff,
Yeah.
and not everybody can make it in. I think it's really nice to like get the trainings and everything without having to come all the way into the market center. So yeah, so thank you. I'll be listening to your call.
Cool.
Bye.
Don't rest while you're doing that. We're on a long time to just can't cut this class that short.
Yeah.
You know, there's two, it's better. I'm like, I understand that, but. That's hard to do. Uh-oh. You want to go ahead and do your scorecard while you're sitting there, I'll do the next step. The second part of that red sheet. Your form? No, it's your separate sheet.
Oh.
I'll do your first one.
Oh.
You're supposed to rate yourself A through F on how you think you're doing on each one of those categories.
Oh.
So you're gonna do it for the second part.
Maybe not the restroom, yeah.
You may have, yeah, that's where I'm heading right now. I'm gonna take this off because I'm afraid I'll drop it. And then it'll always drop it in the worst possible place.
I was gonna say, go like right in the water.
I used to work in facilities and a couple places, number of like cell phones and sets of keys we found down the toilet.
Right.
And some people, they drop it, they're like, nope, I'm not retrieving that.
Right, no, I was gonna say there.
This year, I walking in. That was during the couple of years, so I'm in a casual day, there's a lot, there's some of that. That's why I did it. They didn't have the guy who did that, they didn't get that. That is hilarious. Good job, Mom. Okay. Oh my gosh. That is just so well, I'm looking at that. Really changing my step a little bit. She will all go out of lesson. And I got it out. Right. Remember when our flag things in on the time? I didn't, oh, I was totally fine, and they're now. I can't figure it out. I was confused with the attention. I mean. Yeah, it's going to be cross section. Oh, yeah, yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah. That. Oh, if I just, okay, oh, I'm gonna have to drive to that, let's say, but that's. Perfect, okay. Okay. Okay, no, it's not that, all, and that's what I was trying to make sure. Perfect. So yeah, and then any young people, you'd say. Yeah. That we are. And yeah, it's not very far. Okay. We probably have. Right. Okay. Oh, wait, I already have to go with that. Oh, God. Okay. Wait, here. It has to be down. That's not. Yeah, that's not my favorite. You do it last. You can have that. It has to be that. So you need to make a pass too. And just insert it and hopefully exactly right. Well, Cheryl makes it, that, oh, here you go, she did. Yeah. Girl. Exactly this line. And every time that. You want your.
We're down to two, but hey, two's better than nothing. It happens in a longer class, so I get it, like everybody's a little tired and got appointments. And I think about kids going back into school too, and working on those new schedules is always fun. My first time in 18 years, I did not have kids in school.
Oh, wow, that feels different.
Wow, I used to go school shopping just for my office supplies. I set it up this time of year. It just was weird feeling when I always posted the pictures, I'm like, oh. I don't even have a college one, cause like my oldest just graduated from college, she's in the police academy, so she's graduating like that next month, she'll finish her second grade.
Oh, wow.
While she was in the academy, she managed to finish that, it was pretty impressive. And the other one's going in the Navy, so I go to college.
Wow.
Busy days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like it was pretty fun. Y'all start watching.
Well,
don't
the
get
question I
distracted.
was like, Jennifer, how do you have red leather? And she's like, it's my, I was like, what kind of car is that? She's like, it's my giant car. I thought I had a nice ride. Then, cause then come back in here, my next question was like, okay, now what did you do before this up?
I know, you're like, yeah, I literally drive a 2009 Toyota Tacoma pickup truck that has 280,000 miles on it, and I love my George.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
I had a 2016 Honda because it's got better gas mileage and I'm driving car today, so I've got my husband's car today.
Oh. I wish I would have had something fun on the inside. I just switched to that. I had that all electric Lexus and I could go nowhere. So Brian was like, hey, I think you're gonna like this. So now I have that Lexus. Yes. It's okay, but it's like, okay,
Yeah, cars are definitely,
I'm like, it's not as cute. I think I still want something like scary, I really want to,
we're not doing anything sporty till the kids are out of the house, because the insurance is too expensive. So that's one of the reasons we have one, is just for that reason. But no, I'm like, she already did her schoolwork, so she go ahead and score yourself for that last chapter on to creating your 411. And it's like, even to it, do not cheat that. So reach for a worksheet and start filling it out. Don't do it yet. We're gonna talk about it first. So we're gonna identify the elements and then we're gonna create it. So pretty straightforward. I think this is, it's officially like, I gotta figure out how to fix it. This will be on page 26. And it's all like weird too. I think it's because I always pull everything into PowerPoint and it messes it up, because I don't like Google slides as well. Right, so the elements of the sample, and there was 4 of it, 4 weeks, 1 month, 4 weeks, 1 month, and 1 year, how we're going to set the rules. So you look at the example on page 26, it talks about really jumps ahead there. But anyway, it goes into one of the different things that we have. So we look at annual, monthly, and weekly. So we kind of talked about that. And the kind of the different categories are going to be your job, your business, personal, financial, and personal. So I'm kind of describe how that works because it kind of sounds weird when you say job and business. So job is And it's actually on the next page. Job is what you will do. Business is what your business or team will do. So there is a difference between the two, right? It's a little different way to work. It's basically in the mind of you and your business are not the same thing. Someday you want to retire and sell your business. How are you going to do that if you're the biggest part of your business? So that's why we do it like that, is because they want you to separate out those two things. Big ideas here, but aren't there? Yeah, I think how would you love to sell your business someday? Make some money on it, but it has to be a sellable business. If you're the biggest element of your business, can you sell it?
No, because then you still want to be attached to it, and it's not all hard.
Yeah,
Man, well, basically, that's the selling point. Because that goes with the selling. That.
at the end of it, yeah, the database is a big part of your business.
And literally that we sell it, if we're actually focusing in it.
And it's complete. That's a big part of it too. So personal financial, I think that's a pretty straightforward category. You've got to, even this one actually says, what improvements do you desire in your net worth? So we talked about that earlier. Reducing liability, increasing investments, and increasing your assets. And then personal is things health, family, spiritual, educational. So things that you're going to do just for yourself. Which educational can support other things. So annual goals, you're going to look up 1 to 3 days, or 1 to 3 hours. Sorry. Wait, reset that part. Annual goals. You're going to work on them 1 to 3 days each year. So it's not something you're going to do in the beginning. Into it, but then actually comes as you go. So you have to be clear on your big rocks. That's why we already did that part. And then from there, you're going to identify 5 to 7 key goals that you must achieve in order to feel that you've had a successful year. Does that make sense? They should reflect each key area of your life. So you don't want to do, like we talked about that job, business, personal, financial, and personal. You don't want to do a large number. If you have 30 goals for the year, it's going to be really good to focus on what you need to do. So 5 to 7 goals is usually a good number. So if you've got 4 categories and 5 to 7 goals, that means 1 to 2 per category. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So monthly goals, you're going to do 1 to 3 hours each month to rethink and find your monthly goals. So you're not going to change them completely, but sometimes you've got to get more specific, or you've got to make a slight adjustment because of some reason. So 1 to 3 hours each month, or an hour a week, depending on how quick you were able to get through it. And you have to focus more on methods of achievement. So how are you going to position yourself in a position to get to your annual goals? Does that make sense to everybody? When you're deciding on it, you want to make sure that you are putting your first things first. So you want to know what your highest priorities are. And you always think so we're going to set annual goals for the year, and then monthly goals and weekly goals as we go. So when you fill out you don't fill it out completely. You fill it out as a working document. Now, I kind of mentioned that earlier. It's a long document. It's a all right, I'm moving on to the next page. So this actually going through, you get to the format of the document. You guys can look at the document and see what it is. So we're doing this instead. Weekly goals. Now I have to for each week. So for each week, you kind of feel you've got to spend some time for this, right? So we get the time blocking. I'll get into a little bit more of how I do that. They're not a to-do list, so be careful not to get into that. Because it's a have to do list. So don't, it's not just a list of activities, it's a list of priorities.
Oh, that's good.
You can say, you're really doing that, I think I love it. So what do you have to do? What do you know? To do this is kind of like, not really to get it done, but it's not, it's a different type of, another they call it a success list. Like, what do I need to do to be successful? There you go. So it's just something like, you've got to make sure it's not a to-do list. I write a to-do list. I know that just things that I don't forget to do. Like Tom, I mean, see, director for education, so she could come up there and teach. So, you know, I gotta remember that it's a to-do item, that's not very happy, right? Yeah, I don't do it, it's not gonna be successful for me, like, it doesn't, really, and then I can make harm, yeah, but that's not what the thing. Yeah, she's just gonna remind me, so it actually went down. So. I usually, you'll should have about 6 to 8 activities, and that's have that in your mind. So you don't want to have an overwhelming number of things to do, because if you do, you're not going to get them done, right? So, every day through, start your 411, ask yourself, what do you want to accomplish? Always start with the end in mind. That is going to be when you go forward, you have to start with the end in mind, not the steps. So where do you want to be? So your annual comes first. What do you want to accomplish? Then you go to it, when are you going to accomplish it? And then when are you going to accomplish it? So you want to go through all of those steps. Because if you try to jump to the very beginning, jump to your daily goal, your weekly goal, instead of it's going to get convoluted. It's not going to work as well.
This is like teaching backwards.
And really backwards to a lot of things you can come back to the confidence cycles, when you're doing it. It's probably one of the easiest ones for people to think of is to look at an exercise plan. Because if you're trying to do an exercise plan and start with like what you're gonna do each week and not what you're really not gonna feel like you're accomplishing something.
That's not like very helpful to say, you're not gonna be healthy, just getting healthy for it. Yeah. You're gonna be healthy for it, I think.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to find the right page, but I went down the wrong page for the exam. I'm ignoring you, I'm just trying to make sure that I get to the right one. I heard what you said, and yes, I did you complete. In the back, there are some example worksheets, and it does start on page 4. You kind of glanced at that one before. I'm not seeing the exact one that I wanted to look at.
Take your time.
What's that one? So that's four categories, market center. I guess so it would be page 52 would be kind of the maybe some range.
That's what. Where is that?
Page 52. There's an example.
It doesn't say Rainmaker, it says, for the money,
It said Mr. Rainmaker. Yeah, that's what threw me off. So that kind of gives you an example of the Rainmaker and making that going. So that just gives you an idea because it's kind of hard to get started sometimes on it. I like there's a Mr. Rainmaker that says he's going to attend jazzercise twice a week. Sorry, I don't see many men in jazzercise. No question. I mean, I don't mean it that way. It's just you don't see a lot of jazzercise. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
He did some other side. I actually started your 411. So what I'm gonna have you do is on page 12 of your book, in the big box. And I want you to write this on page 29, because I don't want you to get sidetracked. We're not gonna go to the sheet yet. So I'm, go to page 12, pick out one of your big rocks. So not doing business or personal, pick out one big rock. We're gonna start with one. And write it on page 29. Thank you. That would have bugged me. So page 12, there's one big rock, right up in page 29.
Yeah, I should have brought that.
You do have the loose paper, so go ahead and put it in two, but if you've got a loose paper. It's the one, it doesn't look like the one, it's one that's on the KWS, that one. If you look, it's got all the elements, it's just not written in the box. I think it's actually easier to write on the box too. So the example in your book is very much boxy. That one is just simpler to write on. So you're gonna take to define your monthly and weekly goals related to your program. Remember to keep them smart. And smart's a lot easier to write on, so you should be good for them. You got extra. People make fun of me for using that chair. All right, so I'll give you an idea of kind of what I did. I actually know one for computer. Oh, I did. Okay. So say I want to sell 30 units in 2026. That means I gotta sell a minimum of 3 a month. So how many appointments and how many calls do I need to do that? I actually write that in. And then I break that down to weekly, how many appointments and calls do I need every week to reach that as a month or to reach that as an annual. There is, yeah. Yeah, but it does hinge on what kind of conversion rate too. You get it to what's good, but once you know your conversion rate, it'll be more accurate. This first one on a GLP-1, I've been for about a year trying to lose weight. There's reasons I couldn't lose weight, it's helping me. So by the end of 2026, I want to be about 160 pounds and 175 right now. I don't want to lose more than a couple of pounds a month. So 2 pounds per month. Then what I need to do is strength training. And I do yoga as well for flexibility. And then I also follow a strict diet to keep my protein. Yeah. So what I'm drinking here is actually with protein, but what I was in too. Because I can't do milk and proteins all the time. I can't eat that. GLP-1 keep you from being hungry. So, but then every week I need to know how many times I need to do it. So yoga 2 times a week, strength training at least 1 time a week. Make sure I'm planning out my meals. Does that make sense? Kind of how you break it down?
I guess.
That's probably a good one. So if I'm going to read 10 books a year, 12 books a year, maybe that's one of mine. Every book is 300 pages, so how many 100 pages a week? That's just that's simple. I don't know that number that's not 400 pages, but it was an easy number. So I'll stop and see you guys. Am I gonna starting to think about it a bit?
Doing 2027, just like prior to the next 3 months, the remaining.
So you can still sell it for this year, what are you gonna reach by the end of the month? What you need to do monthly to get that, or what you need to do on the first week to support the month. Makes sense?
Yeah.
I can talk you through it out, but that's easily.
Yeah, I think I'm with that.
Yeah, there's only two of you, so we have the advantage of doing that. I can't do it with 13, 14 people. So what is your, what are you thinking about
For the rest of the year, yeah. My reward would be. Are you saying like, the end of the day?
which one do you, which one would you get?
Well, this is.
It's sorry. No, this isn't easy, it's not something you've done before, so.
It's. Oh my gosh, I do a lot of that, I'm not really sure what these say, we want to, like, we conversation follow, active clients, by designations. So. I mean, I can look at one day, and now I'm like, my daughter, one's over here in Peruvian that almost left for college, and now I'm like, all this stuff, and so everything, so I would say.
Things are shifting around for you right now.
Yeah, she is.
So let's focus on one that's a little bit easier, designations. There's a more clear path. So let's choose that one. So what is the designation that's most important to you right now? So luxury designation, make sure, then write it down.
Carol, when I was David, my father. Did you meet him when he's there? He's still on my thing. You remember that from the government one? And he goes like, how do you like investments and all the different shit?
I don't think I caught that. I don't know why, but it doesn't sound familiar.
Also had something too that to me just really interests me, and I think the real estate and enjoy the background. Yes. And so it just kind of ties together. I cannot think of what that is. But he does.
So we're gonna do luxury and then I call it whatever it is.
Yes.
Yeah, so write that down as your two areas.
Okay.
And I would say there's a better job is.
Yes.
And trying to think, I'm like, yeah, there's a good job.
Okay. So those are job.
I would say, so what you have to do that's sort of your job, it's what you are gonna, your business is gonna do.
Right.
Yeah, so what would you need to do to make that happen?
Block up time to get into my computer and start studying.
I'd say that's more weekly. So monthly, the process to getting the actual information.
That would just be completing the classes.
That's how many classes are there?
But not paying for it.
So we've got 4 months left this year. Well, yeah, yeah, 4 months. Yeah, yeah. So I would say, this is divided by 4, you have to complete each month. You don't know what that is yet, so we're gonna complete that each month.
Yes.
So that's your monthly goal.
Yes.
So your weekly goal would be whatever divided by 4 number of complete. Does that make sense? The luxury.
He said, take it down.
Says you're divided by 4 because you've got 3 months left in the year. And you're doing it over this year, right?
And you divide by 4 months. Okay.
Alright, so then your weekly is gonna be. Monthly divided by 4, because you assume 4 weeks in a year, because you can't, do this 4.5 and it gets confusing. So each week you're gonna have to do a 4. I know it's, we can do good 4, that sounds weird. You can say a 16th of the number. Really, does that make sense? So then your to-do list would be time blocking to make that happen. We haven't gotten to the time blocking. Does that make it a little bit easier? And same thing with the other definition that it does? Like like a series of classes or
Certification.
if that's a certification, so.
You how to be so systematic. They have a weird like of course we call that case in a couple of ways. But be honest with you, with that. Because of what it is, I mean. You know, people, I'm so sorry, let me back up. So the luxury thing, because I don't pay for it, so I need to get it done. His thing, because of what it is, luxury people are gonna come. What I don't like about this whole luxury thing that's going on is, luxury racism. You're luxury because you're a nice profile of a, you know, your house is 750-900. And somebody with $100,000 home might think their house is luxury because of what's in it. Do you understand?
But it's a luxury mindset. It's a more of a mindset than it is a price range. Can I tell you 750 to 900 in Utah is entry level? So I know that because Peter's wife took a listing at 3 million that was considered luxury. So it's just, yeah, the belief it's gonna lead to a better agent. That is a thing. It may not be, okay, yeah, it's luxury, but it's also, yeah, I've got my C2EX, which is a national, it's not a designation, it's something else. I'll go about it. Several things that I've done at the board level, at the Ohio State level, the national level. It makes me a better agent because I've taken the time to teach myself. So it doesn't, it's a breakthrough in the luxury as well, but it's going to help you with that $100,000 buyer as well.
Right.
So.
I want to treat everybody, they have no clear background. So, you know what I mean? It's not about. You know, you were
Yeah. Yeah. So you reach certain levels, I'm sure. So I think probably with your other business, because it's not as pressing, I would focus on doing the luxury one first and researching and make sure that it will win. Ensure that that is the path you want to go because you don't seem like you really understand it completely where it's going to be. So I would put that more of like a weekly goal to like research additional things that I would like to do as far as an educational type thing.
Yes.
So I don't think I would plan on one because you don't sound 100% sure yet.
Right. And I don't make it explain it, but the job, but
Because that was a sales.
Yeah.
She was selling you the product. So it's not willing to end up. Yeah. But enough to catch your interest, so I would say research it.
Well, interesting, because he was here and was in home. And then I was like, oh my gosh, and so I really made sure I can't go to luxury club or go to see him, and he was in person, so I was on it.
Yeah, which I mean, who's in person, like you don't have an in-person class. The luxury class is typically available online.
Better.
Yeah, okay, that's a good choice. Yeah. And it's not easier for me to pick apart your whole too, because I'm a step away.
You know, what's your best making the that you get that? You get that so that you can sell.
Anybody can sell luxury home. The luxury designation allows you to be part of KW luxury.
Okay, so this was that one more second thing. I paid for this designation, not, I paid some other company.
Okay, I'm misunderstanding what designation they're looking for. Once you have that, look at KW luxury.
But am I gonna?
You do, you pay the membership and it gives you rules. You could be the referral partner for Lexington in Kentucky for people that, other people in the luxury group or affirmation that are looking for someone to come to Lexington, Kentucky. So yes, there is a charge.
So what it's just that, so that now we have some sort of buying over boundary budgets, this amount.
And I don't ask her what it is, I don't know what it is. There's KW, there's KW commercial. Yeah. You pick a lane, and that's what you do. Luxury is your thing, then do your designation, then look into what KW luxury is as well. So maybe you have your things, you can research KW luxury. Yeah. So you're focused now. You're like, okay, this is what I need to do to make this happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so she knows, right? So I got the license in December 2024 to 2018.
Okay.
And it was with, a lady that was, came out of looking in the stockyards. Couldn't take this stuff. And we literally, she like, you need some shade in hers, and I'm like, yeah, no, so I get nothing. So just looking for that.
I would absolutely love it because I'm with horses and that is, we're actually working on starting a kid with equestrian division. So. The stockyards are a whole other thing now, kind of stinks.
We get ready when it's not.
Yeah.
So we're not alone.
But there was this ways where the cat, it was the legit quality for me personally.
Yeah.
And so it was limited, so with her time. It was great. My daughter decided when I go to college last year, that she was gonna come work with me, but she was like, I'm not gonna come in and Berkshire. And I'm like, well, what's going on? I said, where are we going? Because we're gonna get a team now. And so she's like, I don't know, but I'm there. I was like, oh, because me and all of that. And I wouldn't part of that. I mean, you know, and so, I mean, you like those things we go around, not around the whole each and all. And I don't know. So, there's a big change over that. And so, I think there's a explain this to my daughter. Oh my. Virginia, we're in college, and we walk around the corner, and there's her picture, and she goes, oh, mom, it's so late. You know, we need to go. Here we are.
I think that's awesome.
And so that was late April, she does look after Easter, but I would maybe go to some tutorial one day, but we got there, got our money back, so then we went to their classes, because I kind of felt bad of doing that. But we went to, you know, over to Vegas, which is not our cup of tea. So, anywho, I'm here, but I've had so much change, and then I had all these houses and clients and all this stuff that I had to get settled. I mean, and where now all of a sudden, she's gone to Meridian, I'm going on to college, and now I'm like, okay.
And so what we're trying to do now is get you focused on what's important, get your big books in order, know what you need to do so that you can get your business moving forward at a quick pace.
Yes.
And that's what's gonna help you, this 411 is gonna help you with.
So she introduced herself to me. Got her name badge. Where it should be then. Teaching, and I said, I would be there.
Yeah, I remember that. It was, yeah, it happened to be the same event. I'm really proud of you. So your goal, your big rock.
So since I'm just like, there are things, I'm just trying to stay in that. So I'm really just starting again. So I think right now things are learning the process really good. Trying to learn really well. I'm using Reddit. It's right now. Which is Oksana, which is a wealth of knowledge, and she is so wonderful. I thought with her to see how she region and how she did her prospecting and stuff, and she uses Mogo, and I don't get Mogo, but I wasn't thinking because you have to get into the world, you know, less and I asked. So
Yeah.
Problem. So you would have to do another system with it, you know, they imagine. Yeah. I had a better WebEx, which has the Imagine MLS, and so I'm calling the expires, the angel and
Not with John. But John is still under contract with the listing.
yeah.
Yeah. Making sure you know that it's canceled means they canceled their contract, withdrawn means they're temporarily off the like that. Yeah, then canceled by its expiration. So that's how I would think about that.
So I'm doing that to try to
Alright, so what is that? Sorry, I'm gonna follow it. Oh my God, so why are you doing that?
To drive some business.
What, that's what we're gonna, what are your business moves? Like, what is your big goal?
To that 8 to 10 in the morning to prospect with expires. I started with prayer because that's what
You're telling me you're doing this. I want that in the.
oh my gosh.
I know, that's what you're thinking, this is.
The thing about it is, to, I had 200 contacts in my, so I want to.
We're going to. I'm gonna say this try. How many do you want in your database by the end of 2026? Who's gonna put you on the spot? How many do you want in?
Any,
Mhm.
I've got 200 right. 300.
So your annual, because she did 2026, we're gonna, there's no 4 months. The year's not over. So 300. So now we've got two hits. So we've got an additional 100 contacts, so we'll break this down. 100 contacts. On your page, you're not committing. Your annual is additional contacts. And 2 closings.
It's good by the end of the year. In closing,
So you have to divide that out. It's actually over 3 because the contract is September, it's October to October. So really it's 3 months. So it's 3 months because of the unless you catch my motion.
we got
45. If you're looking at it, you're looking at 45. So the contract is September, it's not until October.
it's been closings.
3 to 4 months is what you're looking at. I'd say 4 months because in case one falls apart, you're not devastated.
Yes.
Let's back to you, so it's 2 closings. So really, you've got 3 months to make that happen because in September, October, November, they go on a contract for the end of the year. And then later you go into it's gonna be because of Thanksgiving and Christmas. So just being real realistic here. So let's go 100 contacts, that's pretty straightforward. We've got 4 months out. We're using 4 for that because we have 4 months. It's not time sensitive like closing time. So how many years out per month? Yeah. Divide them by 4.
So 25.
Yeah, so you need 25 new contacts. So what is it now? That's your monthly goal. And that would be under job. I don't know how much it might have. So then what does that put you out weekly?
5.
The 5 weeks, so I would say do 7 because that'll put you 3 over rather than being under, so you need 7 new contacts per week. 7 new fully done contacts per week, meaning mailing address, email address, phone number. That makes sense?
Yes. That was okay.
Confident, sounds like it. Where's the more confidence there? So then 2 closings.
Yeah.
Do you currently have listings or any buyer side?
No.
Right, so usually buyers say you need twice as many closing. Because it's nice and easy. So buyer, you're gonna need 4 buyers under contract. 4 buyers signed, sorry, that was the right word. And you're gonna need, we're gonna say 2 listings signed. And what if it doesn't sell right away? So things don't sell, even if the price right then, like, yeah, the market shifts as we're listing, we don't realize it. So in order to do that, how many buyers do you think you can talk to monthly to get 4 buyers signed? In 3 months?
2 a week.
It's a great one, so 8 buyers a month you need to talk to. And it's just double the salary number, 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a month you need to talk to. 4 sellers a So we're assuming you've got a 50% conversion on people you talk to, which isn't unreasonable. So then weekly, just gonna divide it down, so you need to talk to 2 buyers a week. And this is like potential buyers, not just they're not gonna get brand up. Does that make sense? And then same for salaries, we move 1 per week. But something that's
As long as you stay away from home tire kickers, and get you a job.
don't waste your energy. I don't energy drainers.
He,
Because that's how they are. They're draining my energy because they're not.
rather obsolete, it's already on the market. And same with, who's asking questions, you know, so I'm doing due diligence, and I get it looked up, and I send them the information back, and even if I really what happens, he was asking for a 3-2. And he wanted on acreage and water, and I said, I gave you exactly what it was, it's a farm with 124 acres, and it's like 3,090 square feet of creek frontage. So, and then he just keeps going, he's like, well, I'm in Texas, and it's so hot down here, I'm trying to move, you know, temperature, I'm like, okay, so what county do you want to, you live in that, you without hitting. So I was like, okay, so I'm not so sure this happens.
Then I would probably just set that person up on the search on KW rather than on an MLS because it's more general.
She also.
And yeah, double check who it is, because yeah, that's when someone's that general, they're usually not coming through.
He kept on messaging this craziness, and so shut this down right now, because I don't think he's for real, so I messaged him back and I'm like, so what was your price range? And have you been pre-approved? It's not long, and then need your pre-approval letter.
So yeah, the way to find out who that. And even if they're cash flow, in pre-approval or proof of funds, because I've had some crazy things happen where they actually not. I had one that's in Israel. And I did sell him the house and he was renovating it and doing, I was selling a little on it, doing weekly walkthroughs for him. And he's going to be listing the property every year in September, I'll just get a meeting. But he sent me everything I asked for, he sent me a copy of his ID, he sent me his pre-approval, it was hard to do, so it's a little bit different. He sent me the proof of funds for additional money, but it's called it, but it might Zoom link.
Yeah.
So he wasn't checking. It surprised me. Like, really? But now he's coming in and I'm gonna set up, let's do a process for 15 so we can look at it.
Yeah.
They're renovating a 2-story single house.
That's me.
Yeah, so it does happen, but yeah, really be careful because there are people that just completely drain your energy. So just be very, especially if you're so good. And I admire that you gotta go a little sentimental, just a little bit, not in a mean way, but to set up a system. I am happy to show you, but I do know how you're gonna pay for this. So I need to see a proof of funds or a pre-approval. You need to have a good one. I'm happy to recommend it to you to live that understands I'm doing. Leave it at that. If they refuse to answer, you got your answer. Yeah. Yeah, because you don't want to say million going. And that's all, it's so beautiful. Yeah, so we got it back to people. 10. So 10 closings, you want to assume half lifting carriers. How long? You tell me what you want. Out of the 10 closings, how many are listing and how many are buyers? If you want 10 listings. Okay, so let's write this down, 10 listings and nope, on your, we don't have to pretend like we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it. So 10 listings. 10 listings sold. 10 listing closes, I guess would be the way to say it.
right?
So we're gonna assume that that sells by the end of the year. It's gonna sell eventually, but you get a stubborn seller, they don't wanna reduce the price after the holidays. People are sellers, so we're gonna say you need 12. We're gonna be generous. So you need us a total of 12 to get 10 closed.
So we 12.
Does that sound kind of fair based on your experience?
Yes, I have 3. I'm paying pretty old.
Something that happened just like, I'm not coming up with that. I'm such a on YouTube.
So, raise and wire a lot. Really have a lot of people are small.
Like, just turn your profile this then, like, I still keep my mouth shut. It's just an honest question, man. Don't read into it like a man, they just think
He just wanted them, she made me so nervous to wear shoes, but both of my shoes.
So if we assign, if we do 12 listings of this, and then we're gonna sell 10. We're gonna do monthly, we've got 3 months because we have to be under contract in November, it was in December. So monthly, we need to have at least 4 listings. So the other reason I want to go off the 10 if he's gonna do 12. So you need 4 listings.
So now, 3.
Yeah, because it says in September yet. Don't give yourself those hours. You were 10 additional, you didn't say 10 including what you already sold.
Seems like one. Okay.
And so what you have to do every week.
But we know it's.
Everything else will get you buyers. You need to have 1 listing every week.
Okay, so one listing each week. Each week, okay?
So then we figure out what it means for a number of calls of who you need to talk to. So assuming we convert most of the people, I would say probably talking to 4 to 5 sellers a week in order to get 1 listed each week. That sounds reasonable to me, because it's not many sellers ready for this right now.
Okay. Okay.
So you got your work out. So I'm possible anyways.
Okay.
So, no.
Okay.
1 listing a week. How many did you have last week?
I didn't have any, I was there,
I'll make it. Yeah.
the ones that are sitting here.
Well, and that's been happened several times. Using this money is what I already listed.
So I have 3 already listed, okay?
So now you gotta get those sold, because those are your first 3 to sell. You've got 300, you've got 3 listed.
Yes, I'm having a hard time sold.
So I think that's what you need to practice is cultural fictions. That's what you need to sell. It's always what it is.
Okay. So how do I do it? How do I do that? He's there, it's a builder.
It's the same conversation I have with everybody else.
Okay.
This is not the point of selling at, pull your lips again, go get a number string together. This is,
So I put them on Hub View, because that's only 2 next ones too.
you could, but I would say just look at this, look at your comps and just tell them, this is what's selling, it's too high to sell right now. Are you planning, are you planning on going this? Are you so convinced your time would be different? They're business people, they're gonna understand. I'm for that, they'll talk about the radio or something, the consumer. You got business people, they're like, well, we'll turn it into a market hall. Then that's not a priority for you right then. So then you go to the next one, because I don't.
Which I think I explained to you.
Yeah, so you have that conversation, come down with numbers, come down with ideas, and be bold about it, do not hesitate. Now, drop it, we're dropping it 20, because then we're gonna get 10 women, and it's gonna sell closer to the original list price.
So what do you do for thinking?
Yeah, we can get it too, because then they have incentives on the same people. You get 2 people interested in the same house, it goes up. So that's, be realistic, don't with the price range and also under 20,000. So under 25. 25,000 for reduction, that's 5%.
Well,
Anything that and doesn't sell that.
you did it a lot, but if I, we did it, so use extra, we would, 449, and he's like, can you put it on your 500,000?
So I'm waiting back up.
Is that the jacket of 49 and stuff that's already, but you get to it.
Okay, and then 369 and 69.
Yeah, and that will, I mean, just play the cost again, show them what it is, we need to undercut. If you want to do the next one, it's just more seller, it's the seller price reduction, so what everybody needs to put, the instances that are selling, those are your signed with you, they already set up with you, sell them.
Practice price reduction.
Yeah, practice with price reduction.
So is it a new construction home? Two of them are new construction, the 500,000 and the one that's recent.
And then you ask, so when I sell this one, which one are you going to sell next?
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, but they're gonna respect you more if you come to them with a plan. Come to them with a complaint, I can't sell this, not that you're gonna do that. And you know, so then, this is what we need to do, you did some great things, that's great, at 500's not selling, I mean, we need back 449,000, and this is, these things, it's not interest. We should have at least 2 to 3 set shows every giving that. So in order to build that, to drop it dramatically, and that's what you can build it back. There's the, once they're under contract, if there's additional things done, you can get some more money out of them for the food. You know, and then it's sell.
Right.
And what are your labor costs? Oh. So that's, yeah, seller, and builder, like I said, the business people. They can be stubborn if you come to them with numbers, I think they're good. You're not gonna compromise with it. But if you tell me what 449 and we get 475, it's still a 25% extra question. Right?
Yes, it's.
So quickly, page 33, this is a form that someone did. We're trying to teach you how to look at your to make sure that you actually are doing it correctly. This is one done in. Oh, I said that probably before. I don't think that's actually on there. Yeah, so avoiding common errors. So I'm gonna kind of walk you through this rather than ask you to look at it, because you'll stare at it and they'll start appearing and it'll be hard to read. So if you look at under job, number 1, they want 100 seller listings that year. So they look under job, number 1 from weekly business. They've got 8 seller listings.
Oh.
On page 32, sorry. Yeah. The following under job and 100 seller listings, monthly, you have 8 seller listings. And under weekly, they're only going to 2 listing appointments. So those don't all correspond, do they? No. Even if they get 8 listings in a month, it's still only 6 a year. So it's close, but it's not quite there. And they're assuming if they go on 2 listing appointments, they're signing every one of the sellers.
Their math is not right.
Yeah. It's close, but it's not there. So we look under business, number 1, they have second assistant. And then as you go down, I'll mention it again. So their annual goal is to hire a second assistant, but you don't under the monthly on business and they weekly. There's nothing else. So an annual goal with no support. And that's your number 2 on there. It's kind of the same with the seller. I'm going to take 50 buyer agreements. They're going to do 4 a month. Put them at 50, that's on that 48. So you're already setting yourself up for failure. And then if you look at the job, they don't have anything under business. No weekly goals. Make sense? So that's pretty much, that's how you kind of look at it. You got to make sure that everything is all 3 layers. Because you don't work on it weekly, you can't work on it monthly, you can't work on it annually. I don't want to too much, because it is, and they're supposed to look at it and tell me what's wrong, but honestly, it's hard to do. So.
Well, we should make it better sometimes.
I know. Honestly, who this guy is taking the jazzercise class. I was picturing, Richard Simmons. As a big agent. Yeah, I think the big agent.
Yeah.
Okay, so school card. Section 3, give yourself some scores. That's the red one, the red paper. The bright red, you think it would be easier to find. So give yourself scores real quick on that. Then we're gonna go into implementing the 411. Which is one of my favorite things, because I keep wanting to talk about it, but I keep telling myself to slow down because it's, later. But point, this is what I was gonna teach for faculty, but I realized there was no way I could do it in 20 minutes, so. Then we're gonna start, after we get the time blocking and like working toward priorities, that type of thing, then we're gonna get into pulling this all together, and that's kind of the most fun part. So we're gonna be close on trying to, probably gonna be closer to 4:15. I try to come up as much as I can, but it's still 15 minutes over than what it was, we didn't start till 12:30, so. But time blocking, let's get into that now. That's on page 36. Time blocking is something I am passionate about. This is before we get too farther, that way we're at the end. This is the evaluations that I do. It just helps keep me on track. With the different master faculty, I have evaluations too. So you guys don't mind going in and doing that. You know the story of right? Okay. So, I get confused on what all that means. I don't know if any of them drop down list, let me know, it should be at this point, but. If it's not, you gotta scroll all the way to the bottom and put name not in list. Oh, man. Is it in the top? It has scroll list to the very bottom. And it'll say west, and then it'll pop up for you to type in the name. Yeah, it's up there. It's kind of hard to put into the thing, but. Yeah. At least my last name's easier now. It used to be very raw.
Oh, yeah.
Very German. I used to tell people when they couldn't pronounce it, I say it's no girl with a V. Then people could actually say it right. You guys good with that? And as we finish up, I'm gonna start talking about time blocking. So we're gonna discover the power of time blocking, and we're gonna talk about how to maximize your productivity. It's not as hard as it sounds, trust me. It's kind of, you hear what time blocking. It's probably one of the applications you can use. And I'm gonna give you some hints from personal experience and from the do it in a way that you actually adopt it. And it's something I do. And I'll get into later, like when I do it. So time blocking is going to be similar to the way we did it with the 411. You're going to put in your first, personal first, then business. Remember, Gary Keller says God, family, then business. So to me, God and family are very personal. And the idea is not to just fill your calendar with stuff. It's to actually put in stuff that you need to do and have to do. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So my personal things that go in first, any things that I personal meetings. I don't want to do a code enforcement review board, I make sure if I need to do that. That I get that filled in. If I have going on at the bank, it's gonna go in my calendar first. Then any meetings that I don't control. So if it's meetings like with clients, I have to control some of those. And if it's other meetings, like if it's meetings with the group that I'm team meetings, stuff like that, I don't have control over those timings, so those have to go in next. Then I fill in around there with everything else. Always your 20%, your big rocks are the first things that go in. Because you need to be sure you're filling in every week. Because you just told me that every month of 411, those are your priorities. So you need to make sure you go through and look at that every week. And just remember that story. Remember the big rock story. If you don't put the big rocks in first, then you're bunch of stuff and their productivity. Do not try to time out every minute of the day. Your goal is to hit about 50%. Give or take. You don't want to time block an entire day because you will never do it. Do you time block 8 of them to do them? That'd be really hard to do. Typically, instead of about 50%, I get for about 8 hours a day. Because that's a typical work day. And some days my work day starts a little bit later because I do in the morning or something like that. When I'm doing time, I also don't do them to because I do not want, there's no way to physically switch my mind that quickly between activities. So I usually do 15 minutes in between. Whether that's to take a look or it's just to maybe just get on Facebook and scroll for a minute. Whatever it might be, like, okay, I give myself a break in between so to make sure that I don't do it. And make sure you add to travel time. That's one that a lot of people forget about. If I tried to do my 2 hours of lead gen this morning and I'm teaching it something the same way, and maybe just to be there in 30 minutes. That would not work good. I'm going to make sure you schedule a client appointment. When you schedule your listing appointment every week, you also need to schedule how it takes you to prep for that listing appointment the day before. Sometimes you have to do it the day of, but realistically, if you want to see something that's more complex than what you realized, my example, about 2 full hours on 2 acres, and they didn't have the, you know, exactly how much that house would throw in, said, oh my God, house. How did that change the price? That one took about and then I was this out. And so for only 25% less than the other 4 bedroom 2 full bed houses are. So that's a good thing. But I also was very upfront with my client why it was going to be more complicated than I thought. It's going to be how much do people want to be this of this? Yeah. So yeah, you don't really know 100% going in. 4 bedroom 2 bed, 20 that's very you should have do that. And sold for 225. Yeah, but 250, sorry, 250. So it was a little bit more than 25%, but it's still much less than we thought it was. We actually started off 289.9 because we knew that it was not going to hit the 300 mark because of this. It was going to do that. And I knew that it was what that completely.
Maybe you get a sold it in your.
I'm a bit of a unique thing. I don't think it's popular then as they are now. It's still a lot of so always be very purposeful about the things that you're putting in your calendar. Don't just do things on it because you think you should be doing them if you have no intention of actually doing them. And I don't mean by lead gen, I mean just whatever. Don't be think it through when you do it. And the biggest focus I want you to have is a couple of things. Make sure that whatever you're putting on, you're doing the ideal time of the day. What do you consider the time of the day? Retail. If I need to get something done, it's on my calendar before noon. Because there's a good chance I'll be distracted by the afternoon with something else going on. So my weekend is always in the morning. Ideally. We got to also like to meet first thing in the morning. The committee that. 9:30. My middle of my weekend time. So then I do have to be flexible and make sure that I am moving that. That's what I want to talk about. Once it's on your calendar, yeah, they say in there, you race in a place, do not erase it. Nothing gets erased once it's on your calendar. If you have taken the time to designate that I need to do that this week, then it needs to be. You put some time if you can't do it at the time you originally planned. Things happen. Understand things happen. Expect things to happen. And if you Monday you just like doing 4 hours of region because you got to so you're like, who's going to go back to the rack? And you end up putting in 3 offers on Sunday, and they're all calling you back that morning. There's things going on, when you're distracted, you don't get to your region. You can't just erase it. You've already agreed to do it with yourself. So you need to figure out what else you're going to do. So if you choose, if you do feel the pressure of taking care of those things in the morning, you should be able to put it off, but it's not going to end 2 hours from now. But you want to make sure that you got the time for that time of the week. You don't already have better than something else. Make sure it's more to cancel that time. So would it be better to do 2 hours of that gen, then call everybody back, and then get an additional 2 hours of it? Does that make sense? Yeah. And finding 4 hours of general. It's only so 2 hours, sounds easier to move it. Except for bring the does that make sense? Okay. The biggest part is you gotta try to be consistent and following the plan. Because if you allow yourself too much leniency and too much moving around and stuff, you're creating. So Mondays have always been my catch up and get stuff done day and follow with my because that's where my mind has always been. Clean up everything, get everything, get the week ready to go, get it all. So that's what I've always been on. I think your weekend too, depending on the time, but it's more effective plans out there. Making sure we're all on line.
And then I was waiting for like Monday. He's got like days off. We're gonna just try you know what I mean? The rest of the week when we go to the 2 days in there. They're all.
Yeah, and that's like about take time off. Maybe it's true time off, but I can't not work on Monday. And I don't typically do open houses, and I don't usually have a ton of showings on weekends. It's just how I've set up my business. I play with during the week, so I have more time on weekends. It's hard to do. It takes time and it takes practice to get to that point. And sometimes, yeah, I should have houses all weekend, but this week. I really wish there's people to do it showing instead rather than doing it on the weekend. Because I like most of my time. I try not to do anything that's amazing. Because I'm not going to I mean, that's it's the matter of figuring out what you want to do and when you want to do it and making it happen time and time again. So that's what I want to share. It's kind of how my time blocking actually worked for me. Every Saturday, I set aside at least an hour to go through my week and tie up loose ends. So I look through my week, my notes, things that I was supposed to do, and make sure it makes sense I can tie them. And a lot of times I'll do that on Fridays, because some of the Fridays don't seem good. No. So a lot of times I look at tie everything up for the week, and then I can kind of look at what do I need to do, what has to be done, and what can I just put onto the calendar for next week. That makes sense to everybody? Okay. And then on Sunday, because it's always been for that, so then it's me. So we don't plan, and I consider like that calendar, my picture that I write everything on. and focus. So I and make sure that I have everything on my calendar I need to do. And a lot of times on Monday, I'm tweaking out a little bit as I move into it. But I want to make sure I'm finding just all of my so on my calendar. Because I need to look ahead, what do I have coming up? So I would wait until Monday to look like, oh crap, I'm teaching time management. And then and so I start panicking, but if I look at it on Sunday, I can totally plan what do I need to do. And to make sure I keep up with that reason. And I also try to plan big things on Mondays for that reason. But so if you put it in a plan, it can be on Sunday, you'll do it on Monday, you do it. So it's all coming together. You've got to be intentional, or it's not going to be. So I do that because I have to be able to do that. And Saturday mornings are kind of calm for me. You do it at 9 or 10. It's clear I can usually get everything, get all my loose ends tied up to the roof. This one I can, but I like to take Saturday off to it. So it's nice having time off, especially when you've got a family.
So, that was a good thought. Given we have to vote.
Yeah, different day of the week, like that off. So you gotta be intentional about it, you gotta figure out how to do it, and to make sure your clients know they're not working with that. That makes sense? So when we're talking about maximizing productivity, the couple things you need to do. I think I'm behind. Don't be too worried about it. I know it's on YouTube too. So we went through all this stuff. They want you to go through and set. I don't really try to do this on a land. It's hard to do, so I'm not going to do that activity. You guys need to do it, but trying to do it like while you're sitting here is really hard to do.
When you're,
I don't know how much of it you picks up and picks up. Yeah. Sorry, I said that at the beginning. Sorry. So when you're maximizing your productivity, understand what your abilities are. If you don't do it or you can't do it, you need to figure out how it's going to be. So whether it's leveraging someone else in the office to help you, or it's putting a system in place to help you, or just learning to figure it out. If you want to do social media and there's plenty of resources out there to figure it out, right? So, gotta know what you want to do and make sure that you put. So it may not be what you're able to get rid of the activity, but you can get rid of it, you can start figure out how you're going to leverage that. The biggest one, on page 39 here, is the hardest thing for any of us is just to say no. You can't do everything. I sucked during this one. Steps in here at the bottom, we got 4 steps and how to say no, which I think is really good. Instead of answering right away, clarifying questions. Make sure you understand what they're asking you to do. So it may be simpler than what you thought, so you might be more action to it. If you need to say no, do so. Don't be wishy-washy about it. You know, I'd love to help you, you just can't do it today. Remember the complete sentence. You do not have to give someone an explanation. You don't have to justify. Sometimes you just can't do it. Good way to make yourself suggest someone else who can. So they're asking you doing it, you know, I'm going to help you out. I already have things scheduled. Just talk about when you get more. So you should probably get them. So I help being in the market center too, if you catch start hearing stuff like that when people are talking about. So if you want to call it, I need an open house. But I know by the way,
So then you know that.
yeah, doing multiples on those days. So he did 3 or 4 months, Fridays and Sundays.
Oh.
So, but I think it said he did like 10 to 11:30, 12 to 1:30, and then like we would just keep going from there to an hour and a half each one that they have to know in between. Yeah, it was my would be spending. That's actually learning how to delegate. Um, This is actually, I'm getting into like starting to learn that type of thing. Who can actually help you do something better? Is it hiring an assistant? Is it hiring a showing partner? But keep in mind, you have to train those people. You can't just hire someone and expect them to hit the ground running, even a check. They're gonna know what big expectations are. So make sure you're understanding exactly what it is. There's gonna be a learning curve. Make sure you explain that, set a deadline. Let them know when you expect things to be done, how you expect things to be done. Rather than the project. So if you're asking them to manage your database, don't manage them. If you're asking them to send out your postcards monthly, make sure it's done, but don't take everything they're doing. You've got a chance to do it themselves. Who knows if someone is an expert at doing that? When you ask them to do something, somehow you end up doing not only you ask them to do the additional work. Yeah, you're aware of that job. If they say you hire a showing, celebrate without posting photos, but invite them to closing. Let them be a part of the fun part too, so they can help. Sound good? Delegating is fun once you get the hang of it. If you do it recently, this is, I'm really proud of it. My girls have been part of, we've been part of the German coach for years. It's a dance group that performs at different German events. My girl, one did it for 13 years, the other one did it for 14. Neither one of them is doing it anymore, but I'm still. My business this year has been slam. And this is also the beginning of their season, right? So I've been completely slammed. I've traveled for the last 6 weeks. So I'm like, I cannot do this anymore. So I think I should get a parent to take over most of the activities. Still oversee everything. She still comes to me for final say, but she is taking care of more of the activities on a daily basis. So I'm able to step back from that a little bit. Which is good because I'm not going to do a practice in 2 months because somebody comes out for the Thursday. You started? I didn't start it, but it's when you have the person that was doing it. So I've been doing everything. There's recruiting dancers, doing the costumes, scheduling for performances. This is kind of similar to like a formations and kicking and some not crazy, but some assisted flag stuff. It's it's fun. Yeah, it's more to the heart. There's only certain parts of Germany that celebrated it, so. So sometimes it's just ID delegate. This is kind of a fun quick one here. So it's on page 41. You go through and read yourself and these, what are the 4 things? So if number 1 is a really delegate is difficult, a difficult task, but we create an excellent training opportunity. So they're asking you to rate it. Usually with halftime, usually it's.
That we know this is. But though this is a bit that's probably. Yeah, I know.
I do it, I don't.
Yeah.
So number 2, I do not micromanage for support as necessary. To me, I probably get through, as being honest. I don't try to, but I do tend to pay more attention than I should. I require progress reports so that I can circumvent problems. And the last one, when delegating, I carefully match the task being developed and the person developed. Fun there, huh? Delegating is not easy. So quickly go ahead and do your score for this section. The one that's for chapter This should be the fourth one down on your green, on your. Because then you're going to start putting it all together. Which is kind of fun. I don't always get to this. I mean, actually, yeah, we should be done solidly by 4:15. So.
And again, the scorecard, not that we're right now, it's like, well,
Yeah, what are you currently doing? Because if you're honest about it, it's going to help you with the next part of it. So. Kind of the last thing we're talk about, we're gonna put it all together. So we're gonna go over the million energy plan, which is in the millionaire real estate agent on page 308. And it's also on page 44 in your book. So million energy plan. And Gary Keller says he does this, but he said it's at noon, but you know, we'll go say 11 a.m. These things that you've heard the saying when the went down. And that is one of the biggest things I have to do. So I'm successful learning and makes the rest of my video so much. It really truly does. Getting up early, the alarm actually goes off and not hitting snooze. Going through whatever my routine is, whether it's getting ready for yoga, jumping in the shower, whatever I'm doing that morning, like it's nice to make sure I'm actually doing what I need to do. So I like this energy plan. First thing is I'm looking at your spiritual energy, meditating or praying. Great to do first thing in the morning. Just don't meditate back to sleep. Not that I've heard on that. Exercise or movement. Some type of physical movement in the morning is really important. You don't have to do a full exercise plan. Like I can't really lift in the morning. I don't feel coordinated enough. So I don't do it first thing when yeah, it's a little scary. So I don't do that in the morning. I'm eating something. I'm not a big breakfast person, but I always make sure I have something to eat. Usually a smoothie of some kind is enough for me, so I can drink it and then I don't have to sit there and eat it all. I love this one. Kiss it. And maybe if you don't live with someone, it's a little hard to do that. But there's something that makes you laugh. There's some silly video that actually make you laugh. There's someone you can call. Kissing cat, those are the best. But yeah, even so like you're acting now, you're going to doctors. Yeah, whatever makes you happy. Even if you're making silly faces in the mirror, like I mean, just something that brings out that soul and that comfort of a heart. That's really cat is just as good. I have 3 dogs. I got to take them all to bed. I can move my bed. That's a big part of my morning routine, and that's from the military actually. The Marines have been supposed to do something for the day. So not always me, but it's always me. Sometimes it's a little bit figure because one of the dogs won't get off of that. It's always me. Planning calendar. So looking, I mean, it may not be like but that's like doing a time block. It's looking at what do I have to accomplish today. So I don't want to forget my book if I'm going to teach that day. The things I can do it manual, but I'm trying my little notes. So I decide things to bring up as I'm going through this. So you want to make sure that you're kind of planning. That's really for those who better. And one time I'll do it the night before too. Like if I do I don't want everything packed the night before, including my lunch bag in the refrigerator, yoga bag packed and ready to go. Because it wasn't worth it. I did it one morning and I had no shoes. So I had to look at my slides while I was teaching. So that's what I was yeah, you know, it's better to do it the night before. The mental energy.
you get dressed to go and you do.
They have a shower there, so I shower there. Sometimes I wash my hair, sometimes I don't, depends on the day. But the clothes, you can't wash it every day, but we crazy. When you generate first thing in the morning, because your business energy is going to be high up right in the morning, you're going to be more confident. And trust me, if you've got something up the day, you're like, well, what do I do next? So what do I want to do next? And because you've got your time blocking, you've got your done, now you've got the rest of everything that else you need to do. And hopefully that's showing. So what they kind of talk about in here too is, like, your time blocking, you should be time blocking for appointments with the clients. So when you're talking to a client to set an appointment, you put them in the time block that you want them to be in. You can. You've got to be generous with it, but some people are third shift. So they want to maybe want to look your first thing in the morning before they go to bed. So they're sleeping when they're working. So it's stuff like that. You've got to keep that in mind. You do want to make sure you kind of have an idea in your head because your calendar is right about the convenient times for you. So they're flexible and make it work. Sorry, there's a thing going on with those annual, but it's something impressive real quick. The thing but on my watch and I'm my friend. That all makes sense? Making me feel better, like I was, that's my teachers and that day I get up, I'm like, I'm ready to go because it's just kind of my teacher reminds me of stuff that I enjoy about doing that. So it's really kind of cool to see. So this is what we learned today. We've gained some perspective and about taking control. Learn how to set accountability. We started creating one. You guys, like I said, it's a working document, so keep it going. Implementing the 411, which is basically talking about the time blocking, that's how you implement it. Then you put it all together. So in the last few minutes, I would like you to take your scorecard that you did. In the sense we get a peer partner, there's only 3 of us, if we just want to kind of do it together. We're going to look at what your challenge areas are. So where did you rate yourself on your score? You don't have to say it out loud if you don't want to, but.
Once the recruiting the creative role. When I first got here, Beth introduced me to it, and she asked me to do it, but it kind of got moved to the side. I never did. So she gave me another one a couple weeks ago that I've been trying to work on, and since I've been prospecting and learning about that side. And I feel like I have more of a, you know what I mean? And the first time
You came from a job where you're not with a prospect.
I came from the set.
Yeah, that's not something you did.
So different. So yeah, the prospect side. So my number 3 would probably be the one I need to work on. I need to work on all of it, but number 3, you know, assigning my attaining goals and, you know, realistic goals and the things of that nature.
I know, what's that? You got a couple of your things too?
Yeah, I just, when we talked about it, I was gonna skip it on, but I don't have 4 days, so I didn't finish. Oh, that was definitely a D, I delegate my physical sessions.
So what we're gonna do on this paper here, says my action plan. Anything that came up as a lower score, pick your top 3 and write them here. Okay, under your big rocks. Now these aren't the big boxes like the things we already did. We're creating kind of some. What do you do to make this work for you? So pick out 3 things that are really important to you want to get implemented. The next one is put all on.
So
Today. So maybe like time blocking my process. See what I mean? It's supposed to be like off the scorecard, but you can do it well. So that's a good spot, but little off the exercise.
So in one section with all of these, should I just use those as my big friends?
Right, because I'll look for something you're like, I'm doing well with this and I need to do it. So. Let's got 3 at least 3 of those, try not to do too many.
These three, and this course, how you do some of the. So, okay, so I put it off there.
That's fine, we can break it up on the next section, it's fine. Yeah, it's. You could have it wrong probably, but we don't say wrong, you just put it in your plan. You're welcome. So the next step is gonna be to look at your action plan, and under what it says action plan. For each thing, you wanna write 3 to 4 steps, so what we call the reach mastery level, like what do you need to take it from where you are to where you can teach this class next time. I shouldn't say that because I'm not a mastery level. So struggle with this, it's not, the approach is not, it's not easy to keep on track. You don't start, you don't finish. So when does your accountability partner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know things with that. I think it's here to. With how it would be, things to my calendar, things on.
Coach is every good for every person, it's not, because they're one person.
Yeah.
You know, it's, if it was that easy, that'd be. Sure, like, I mean, it's not that easy to judge someone who's gonna actually love you. But the other two coach of Marcus said, I love her, she was a good friend of mine, I actually helped her on. I absolutely love her, she was a team coach, who would coach. So, it's okay, that's, yeah, it's okay, they're not to work out, but if you see, why is she telling people to do this?
I do now.
Because it's.
Now this makes sense.
So basically, the next step is gonna be, keep writing, because I know it takes a minute to come up with the steps, but if you don't finish, it's okay, finish it afterwards. But the next step is gonna be is to write down accountability, when are you gonna get it done? So, as you're going through, as you're going like, this one I can get done, I can get done this week, but the other stuff I need to cover, it's gonna take a little bit more time. Because what you're gonna do with it afterwards, is you're gonna make a copy of this, and you're gonna give it to your accountability partner. Because she's gonna hold you to those, she or she is gonna hold you to those dates.
Okay.
So you're gonna let them know that it's in a class, and I would love you to actually make sure I do this. Because this is something that. To break it down to this is where I'm struggling, and I wanna make sure that I make this better, this is what everybody for me. And I think whoever accountability partner, this is good. So now we know what your goals are, and we know what you're gonna do it, now I would have to check in with you. Okay. You said you do have an accountability. Yeah, and it's tough to see that, sort of exactly where this came from. We don't always agree for this, when I have to shorten the class, this is the part I have to put out, and if we keep cutting it out, and I love people that are fit, and all the directions are in the book, if you wanna do it, I usually have to put out the very end. So that's why I was doing this as a 4 hour, rather than a 3 hour. Well, actually, that was about 3 hours and 45 minutes technically, so. Yeah. And I'm gonna keep you at all. And actually, on this one, they would have you partner up in a bigger group, and you guys would exchange with each other, just to have a little different accountability partner for one activity, so kind of fun, but we don't have the group to do that, so. And I don't like kind of forcing people into being a person. Like, then it's the two of you together, not that you don't like each other, but it's not fair to force you two to want each other, you know, like. I just don't want to be accountable, I don't want to be accountable for her, that's fine. So, any questions, anything you want to share? Anything that's come up? It's just a second. This is like what I'm passionate about because I think the difference in your truly in your production if you can get workers and get things put together in the way that you're trying to set it up. Because the biggest asset is your time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you can delegate your time to work for you, you're gonna actually find you one more. Which is such an, but it really is true. Yeah.
This is a crucial class labor. The little stage where you sort of just walk backwards into this. Where it's all you need to you know, you started open houses, that's where the little business comes from. Depending on the where the down bar, you know, 7-Eleven didn't realize that we didn't realize that, but she's like, where did this come from? Yeah, this was good.
It makes you think about it completely different. Coming in, you know what I mean?
The thing that we don't do it too early is the first thing you really go in is database management.
Yeah.
You've got to learn how to put your database, how to work them, how to understand why they're in there, and how to make it work for you. Because if you don't do that, you're not going to have business. You're going to get stuck in prepping, and never get to the business part. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Database management, we have to learn how to work in database, however you want to think of it. Things in, tracking things, we can call database related activities. And then to really how to continue building your business, because you've got to have business first before you start really other things. Because once you don't hit the ground running. Because if you're not making money, what are you gonna do? You're gonna look for another place to go.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna be the privilege.
Yeah.
So we're gonna put you in like the kitchen, you're gonna keep your database going. That's what the grapefruit classes teach you is how to get leads, how to leads, how to manage leads. They're gonna teach you through all of that stuff. And then you start taking professional classes that tell you how to build down the business.
I have few database because I'm like insurance stuff. So I don't worry about I don't even know my database. But some of that feel like she was saying, I'm just like, I'm not like, I'm gonna see how it's so long. I know that I need. So all of that. And I'm also. So I have all.
Well, huge database, but you need to, people need to be categorized, people need to be followed up on.
BTD2, I'm doing all out. And with that, you done that, so you gotta get that right,
And started calling those people.
because I just got that and grabbed one on that account.
Okay. So that's gonna be your, Jenna's gonna be your two. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to play that, I'm looking out to two. I'm gonna turn off this mic just say. Is it?
These classes are amazing.
Yeah, so the database is what you need to get that done first, and.
It really is, that is your business, your database is your business, and that is really crucial. And that's why the breakthrough classes focus more on that. It does get into social media and stuff like that, but it really, the focus is getting leads, following up with leads, getting things under contract. That's what your focus is when you become an agent. Then you're gonna start focusing on like what's left. And it usually is time management it's a skill you have to work at continually.
So the breakthrough 120 has to do with the database?
A lot of it is, because we're talking about, like, my favorite one to teach is day 2, which is lead follow-up. How do you follow up with leads and continue to keep in touch with them? So that's what I teach on day 2 usually.
Ignite after dark.
Yeah,
And so like tonight, I gotta go back to Frankfurt and be back online from 6:30 to 8:30 for that, tonight. But
What is Ignite After Dark?
it's Ignite, except it's for people that, because when I first came into this, I had another job, so it's for dual career. It's Ignite, but it's more dual career folks that are Keller Williams all over, you know.
Oh, that's right. And Ignite is.
It's the predecessor to Breakthrough.
Well, and that's what was gonna be my question for Jennifer is, if I'm taking Ignite After Dark, right now, I have 6 more sessions, I think, 6 more nights, 5 or 6, I can't, cause it's 20 weeks of class, but they're doing it in 12. Yeah, so every Tuesday night at 6:30. So if I'm taking that, do you recommend I take the Breakthrough 120? Or would that just be like a waste of
It's
money?
gonna be repetitive.
That was my question, if it was gonna
You-
be repetitive.
But it sounds like to me, she's going into more detail than what I did with Breakthrough 120 was just a day.
No, Breakthrough 120 was a
120 is
week.
5
because-
days.
We did it.
Yeah, it
It's
was a
4
week.
hours, but for 5 days and.
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah, cause I was
Yeah.
supposed to be in there, but I had something come up where I couldn't make it. So I got my little manual.
Okay, okay,
But I didn't get to attend the class.
okay.
Um,
Yes,
but
Bella and I, we did attend that, but of course, we know what you would attend, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you
sometimes
think it's
get a little
repetitive-
overwhelmed on that, cause you're like, I have no idea why.
Yeah, well, if you think it's repetitive, then it's probably not worth my gas to drive up to from Frankfurt to here, right?
I'm not, I'm saying it may be